Good morning to one and all present here. It's an honor for me to welcome you all to the third and final day of Failures, the International Business Conclave of IIFT Delhi, spanning over 3 days and 8 summits, covering the major fields of business. Starting with a word for our sponsor, we would like to thank our title sponsor, Signature Global, and our associate sponsor, Central Bank of India. So the past few days have enriched us with invaluable insights and engaging discussion, and introduced us to thought-provoking perspectives. Today, lined up first is the National Digital Summit, hosted by Systemic, the IT Consulting, Product Management, Analytics, and E-commerce Club of IIFT. For the same, I would like to invite V.A. Alija from Systemic.
Respected dignitaries, faculties, and our fellow students, a very good morning to one and all. On behalf of Team Systemics, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the National Digital Summit 2023. Systemics, the IT consulting, analytics, product management, and the e-commerce hub of IIFT Delhi aims to provide a platform to prospective young managers to acquaint themselves with real-life problems in the field of technology, product management, and analytics. Systemics provides the students with an overview of different career opportunities within the technology sector, spanning from IT consulting to technology marketing, project management, and business development, and helps them to learn about applications of technology in different facets of management. It provides a stage where young managers can gain insight into the latest technology in the IT field, and is particularly involved in imparting knowledge about the gamut of the most sustainable technologies to come up in the recent times. Now, we'd like to welcome our dignitaries on the dais, who will be sharing their thoughts on building a global digital economy for all. Please allow us to introduce our esteemed panel.
I did. No. But nevertheless, thank you. Strategically, the woman in the center.
We'd like to extend our warm welcome to Ms. Preeti Khatri. Ma'am's stellar career that spans over 22 years in the field of management consulting has enabled her to work across multiple industries with Fortune 500 companies on business transformations in cloud, cybersecurity, among others. Having graduated from the College of Art, New Delhi, with a bachelor degree in fine arts, Preeti ma'am pursued her MBA in marketing from the Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies. She takes special pleasure in dancing and boxing during her leisure time. Currently at the helm of Accenture's Global Change Communication Center of Excellence in Strategy and Consulting Capability Network, ma'am specializes in genuine communication, branding, change management, and advertising. Additionally, her thought leadership has been acknowledged on several international platforms, including the Global IC Conference in London in March 2019 and the Global World IABC Conference in Montreal in June 2018. As an esteemed international judge, she has contributed to the Granton Hall Awards for a decade and the Media Communication Association International for 5 years. Furthermore, her notable contributions have led to 3 merit awards for excellence in the change communication at the International Association of Business Communication, Golden Quill Awards in 2017, and a series of Granton Hall Awards spanning a decade in multiple categories related to learning strategy, design, and innovation. It is an honor, ma'am, to present a trailblazer who exemplifies leadership through passion, compassion, and the art of genuine communication storytelling, a role model for aspiring professionals in the field of business administration. On behalf of Systemix, we extend our gratitude by presenting you with the bouquet as a symbol of our appreciation.
I'm curious to know, did Bard or OpenAI write my resume or just linked it and used it?
I'd now like my colleague Avishi Bansal to take it.
Now, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Saurabh Singh, a seasoned professional with a profound academic and professional journey. Sir holds an MBA from the prestigious IIM Lucknow and a degree in electronics and communication engineering from MSAT. With over 15 years of experience in consulting IT services, account management, and sales, Sir has particularly remarkable skills. His expertise spans across various domains, some of which are analytics, business development, project management, and business strategy. Currently serving as the Senior Vice President at Post Solutions and Services, Sir credited to his leadership, strategic thinking, and exceptional contributions to the industry. His extensive knowledge and experience have made him a distinguished figure in the field of IT and business consulting. Sir also nurtures a passion for international cinema and is an every enthusiast of Marvel franchise. We are very grateful to have you as a panelist, sir, and we hope the best learns from your vast experience and knowledge. On behalf of Systemix, we'd like to extend our gratitude representing you with the bouquet as a symbol of our appreciation. Now, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Amit Gupta. Sir is a distinguished professional with 17 years of experience in consulting, analytics, and field. He holds a BA in electronics and communication from Guru Gobind Singh Independent University and an MBA specializing in finance and marketing from IIM Lucknow. He has excelled in setting up and growing new businesses, particularly in financial services and payment sector. His passion for innovation has resulted in 40 global patents and has a strong track record of conceptualizing new products and managing scalable business platforms. As an entrepreneurial leader, Sir is at executing and scaling businesses in both startup and large organizations. Currently serving as senior principal and vice president at Master Advisor, leading the global manufacturing cluster for designing strategic consulting products and AI solutions to clients across the globe. Sir's career has also included roles at some of the renowned brands like American Express, Intel, and Wipro. We'd like to extend a warm welcome to Sir and like to present a bouquet to him. like to hand over the mic to my colleague, Akshay.
So with great welcome, I would like to introduce Akshay sir. Akshay sir has completed his B.Tech in Material Science from IIT Madras, complemented by an MBA from prestigious IIFT. Sir is currently working as a principal product manager with Microsoft. He is working towards integrating natural user interface into Microsoft. He has established and led Microsoft Stream site for product management. He has ideated and delivered image-based workflow on Office mobile application, along with spearheading the integration of scanning documents in Office mobile. Sir has also instrumental in integrating cloud syncing for media files in Office mobile. Akshay sir has also worked on the RISE CEO as general manager in the product management. Sir has managed the entire product life cycle of consumer products from the product conceptualization, strategic planning to tactical activities for products on multiple operating systems. In addition, he has been the associate director for e-commerce that comes integrated with world's leading marketplace and card solutions. Throughout his professional career, Akshay sir has been very enthusiastic about product management and all things product. Sir, we extend a warm welcome and look forward to gaining insights from the extensive wealth of experience and knowledge in the field of product management. On the behalf of Systemics, we would like to honor you with the bouquet as a token of gratitude. I would like to introduce Reshu sir. Reshu Pascal, CEO of Finance and Strategy, the product management and strategy leader, with 8+ years of experience
Hopefully,
in product, sales growth, strategy, analytics, across various industries such as fintech, edtech, and he is an IIL Value and an NTK analyst, and as a second post-graduation in product management from Kellogg School of Business. With a proven track record of launching new products, driving revenue growth, and improving consumer experience. As a CEO of Finance Consulting, Reshu sir has been helping businesses to scale to new heights. To date, he has consulted 40+ companies in India, US, Europe, Israel, including an on-site consulting project in Israel. He has helped businesses to grow their revenue and develop new product roadmaps. From the last 30 years, he has dedicated himself to social service, venturing into slum areas to educate unprivileged children. Additionally, he has extended his outreach to Bondal prison, where he teaches yoga and meditation to the inmates. We are honored to have you, sir, with us today and eager to absorb the wealth of experience and knowledge you bring to the table. On the behalf of Systemics, we extend our gratitude by presenting you with a bouquet as a symbol of our appreciation. No, my colleague, Akansha will take it.
On behalf of the IIT Federation, we would now like to welcome Ms. Jasmine Kaur. Jasmine ma'am has completed a bachelor's in computer applications from Institute of Information Technology and Management, followed by a master's in computer applications from Indira Gandhi Delhi Technological University, Kochi. Additionally, she also holds a degree of MBA in International Business from IIFT Delhi. Ma'am is currently working as a senior product manager with Amex GDP Events, a global B2B travel tech platform that delivers the best user experiences and unbeatable service to more than 2 million travelers worldwide. As a senior product manager, ma'am is working towards building and delivering innovative solutions for the travel and expense management industry to create scalable and user-friendly products that empower the developers on and in order to build software as a service model and enable self-serve onboarding models for companies. Previously, she worked with Paytm, where she led the product development of enterprise payment solutions for large merchants, solving their funding and disposal needs, vendor payments, invoices and expenses, and public business API. She takes special pleasure in embarking on a travel adventure and also being a passionate terrace gardener and a devoted dog patron. Ma'am, we are very grateful to have you as a panelist and moderator for the Digital Summit and hope to learn from your vast experience and knowledge. On behalf of Systemic, we extend our gratitude for presenting you with the bouquet as a symbol of our peace. This year, the theme of patrons, as we all know, is one world, one economy, one future, and following the footsteps of the event of the G10 Summit, the sub-theme for the National Digital Summit is building a global digital economy for all. In addition, Systemic conducts tectonics every year to allow students to express their views with all these technology and their take on how future patterns unfold by challenging from writing first-hand articles relating to the sub-theme of navigating through the vast landscape of the global digital economy for all. The articles were all very insightful and well researched, and with a lot of consideration, we've come up with the top winners and we congratulate them for the writing article with a thorough research and analysis. Now, brace yourselves as we unveil the October 2023 edition of the annual magazine of Systemic Tectonics. The magazine provides a range of articles and analysis by our team, as well as a range of articles covering topics of benefits of the global digital economy for individuals, business, as well as countries, protecting consumers and workers in the digital landscape, role of digital literacy, emerging threats, and digital economy from building global digital economy. With this, we would like to request the panelists to belong to magazine Tectonic 2023. Good morning, everyone.
Oh,
Good evening, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Very nice. This was a very good have breakfast, eating, vermicelli, we also know that we have vermicelli. Okay, so I want to welcome our fellow panelists over here. Thank you so much, everyone. And let's get going with the length of questions. So this time, what we have thought is not just completely asked, but we would really like people from the audience to come up with multiple questions so that we can help you, enlighten with multiple questions that you have. Sounds fair, Osman? Great. So I think the overarching theme has been, say, one world, one economy, one future. There has been a lot of humble about the fact that how innovation is happening within the fintech domain or the payments domain. So probably starting with the very basic stuff to the canvas over here. Like we have been as a country developing and more now on the path of the developing nation, India as such. What do you think is the role of digital literacy in building such kind of a global digital economy all along? I mean, for the whole
Very warm welcome to all of you. Hope you are all learned. Yes. We are ready to share our thoughts, but we want to keep it very, very engaging. So feel free to ask any questions, and if you not ask any questions, we can answer it. Is that fair?
Proper quiz.
Yeah.
He's going to comment the final.
Yeah, he's going to comment in the panel for the interview. To all the recordings. Yes. We contributed, we interacted. I think that's it. So before we talk about this broader theme of digitalization,
it is important for us to understand the history behind what are we and where are we, and what is the journey the world has followed to be. When we started the industrial revolution few years back, everyone was focused on getting maximum production from the industry. From industrialization, world moved to knowledge innovation. So everyone was focused on developing and ensuring that we have knowledge economy. And that's where you would have heard of the term called knowledge process outsourcing, etc. From there, we started moving towards digital transformation. So what was happening is anything which was done manually, we were trying to convert it into digital so that you can bring in more efficiencies and scale. And today we are driving digital revolution in the form of not just disruption, but also ensuring that every single segment takes the best practices of digitization. But why do you think this has happened? Because it is important and fundamental for each one of you to understand that today we are driving digital revolution because of certain factors. What has happened over the years is one, the cost of computing has come down. Second, the processing power has gone up. Third, the prices have remained similar. So, for example, the cost of computers in 1980s is similar to the cost of computers today. Rather, today it may be much more cheaper with more processing, faster computing, and very large storage. So, with all this, what we're able to achieve is decision making in seconds, or you may say in real time. And to ensure that decision making can happen in real time helps in better effectiveness, efficiencies, as well as solutions with scale. And all this has enabled how we work in the digital world today as one economy, one world, and that's how the team described it. So as we understood why such a thing is happening, if you think of the biggest problems today, which everyone is trying to solve, it's the problem of, any guesses? What is one thing that we are trying to solve today in this fast digital world? Any thoughts? Left, right, please. Let's understand from you. What do you think are we looking to solve? Yeah, people over there. Making it accessible to everyone. What else? Yes, please. Privacy.
What else?
There's someone at the back. Privacy, making it accessible for all. Anyone? Yes, please. Affordability. Information overload, managing information overload. So as we see all these things, in order to bring in efficiency, privacy, information overload, etc., one common thing is, are you able to predict better? So the prediction power has gone up because of digitization, because of all the factors that I described. So if you talk about the biggest problems today, which the world is looking to solve, you use Google Maps. What do you think it does? It predicts the fastest route. We're talking about driverless cars. What it does, it is able to predict whether the car can move without a human intervention. You're talking about SpaceX mission, where the rocket can go and also come back. Again, it is able to predict in the best possible way. So with prediction becoming easier, precise, as well as faster, a lot of problems are becoming easy to solve. And that is what the world of digitization is bringing to each one of us, where we are able to take best decisions in minimum time. Last thing which I also want to share is, as we talk about this digital world or digital economy, there are 4 building blocks today when we define this business world. One is to ensure that we engage our customers in the right way, which is both from a services perspective or a communication perspective. And in the digital world, it is done in an appropriate way, leveraging the best digital tools. And all of us will be talking about this. The second area is empowering people so that they have skills as well as the right knowledge. So as you are studying, I'm sure you are exposed to courses focused on digital economy, digital world, digital transformation. So across world, every organization is focusing and grooming their people. The third area is managing operations. Again, to ensure that can we move from manual
operations to digital operations, where the role of data, AI is becoming very, very important. And the fourth area, which is the fourth building block, is transformational products. Because today, as you understand, most products which are coming in are digital products, which takes consumer at the center, talks about speed, security, and privacy, as some of you mentioned, ensuring that that is driven at the core, and everything is done with seamless execution. So with this, I pass it on to the next panelist, but all the very best. We'll be happy to share our thoughts, but we'll also be very keen to listen to your thoughts. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Pivoting on what Martin said about the four pillars and even something from the audience itself. Let's spin the story from there. We talked about privacy. We talked about, I would say, data literacy of the individuals in the company and how they have been, how companies are helping their employees to be digitally included or digital transformation is being included. So, Rishu, I would like to really understand probably the audience over here, like what would be as a part of say one economy or inclusion of one economy in one future as we are talking about. So how does organizations today are ensuring that the data privacy first is the I would say knowledge impartment part of it. Like there are a lot of regulations going on, like GDPR is like a harmful, the requirement time over there. And India, for now, as of now, are making the lives of the fans and the banks and whatever living hell now, like, because we are enforcing more. So, what role does data privacy play, and why it's becoming so important? Like I remember from 2010 till now, this is becoming a tendency. A lot of companies want to invest in. A lot of I would say business processes have been disrupted because of this, and a lot of changes have to be made. So, what do you have to say about it?
Okay. First of all, very warm welcome to all of you, and thanks for being here. So I think this is something that data privacy is, I think, a much talked about topic, and something that normally I think as like the common people, we have a very negative outlook towards it, and especially the the businesses that it is hampering the process, it is stopping the innovation. But I personally have a very counter view against it. I think data privacy is something that can foster innovation if approached in the right manner. Right. This is something, first of all, let's understand. Businesses today, they are dealing with this. And there is a very fine line where they have to make sure that they're growing, they're able to innovate a lot. At the same time, you want to, you have data privacy. Now, if you want to innovate, if you want to grow more, you have to do a lot of research, you have to do a lot of experimentation and all, right? And for that, you need data, right? AI, which is one of the most talked about things in 2023. That's completely like, how is this built? Right, on the top of data, lots of data, and again there are like with AI as well, we see a lot of data privacy issues. Now, for each one of us here, I think we all would agree that we don't want our data to fall in the wrong hands. Right? So having this fine line where we are maintaining the data integrity, at the same time, doing the innovation, making sure our innovations are not impacted. This becomes very, very important, right? And so let's look from a company standpoint on what, like how they want to progress, right? First of all, like let's take the data privacy on the face, right? If they are not able to protect the data, they are they lose customer trust, right? You won't want to go to a company where data privacy, like your data is not safe, right? Especially when we are talking about the fintech sector, it becomes so much more important, right? And so again, the GDPR, which a lot of companies are worried about, a lot of companies are opposing. In a way, this is one of the most important things. And when we talk about GDPR, a lot of companies in Europe, now that they have accepted it, this is the way to go. they are able to innovate more and more around that. Right? The innovations are happening. So it's more from the point of view till the time you are resisting it, till the time you are saying, oh, it's happening, it will definitely. But innovation is possible if you accept and find ways around it. Right? In fact, a lot of companies have now started in this field where they are making sure and their data privacy is there and they are making smart products around it, isn't it? Right. So this is one, and then data hacks. There are a lot of technology, a lot of companies. Like it has actually given business as well to a lot of companies, right?
I totally agree on that part. Like there are so many startups which are mushrooming just onto the
Just
fact that
this.
they want to give encryption algorithms, verified encryption algorithms to ensure that at the database level, the security is being at the highest point and to be very just a show of hands. How many of you guys have practically not in WhatsApps in terms of showing the fact that there is a security nobody. So let's do a show of hands. How many have practically password protected it or biometric it? Very few? No, more. It should be more.
More,
I think
definitely.
everyone.
I think everyone should be there on that part.
No, but the question is not that. The question
Yeah.
is how many of you feel safe
Yes.
even after doing that?
Even after that,
Yeah.
I would like to add on that. Do you don't feel safe at
How,
all?
anybody who feels safe, raise your hand. And
Guys, the data belongs to you, so you need to feel safe in case you're sharing your data anywhere.
So even if, I think, let me rephrase it. So even if you're putting a log on your WhatsApps, right, do you feel that is secure? Your fans.
oh God, there
Or
is
you don't feel safe at all? You still feel somebody is open?
Are you finding people or companies using your data?
absolutely.
Yes, no?
Yeah, no? Okay, you say no.
Raise of hands.
Raise of hands.
People who feel yes, we are fine if companies use our data. Because at the end, you will get benefited from the data. No? How many of you feel no, that you're not fine? You're scared that yes, companies are misusing your data. Okay.
Okay. That's another way of definitely there.
Two what my days are first positive, right? And then digital technology, basic premises that everything is being done on internet. Idea is there on internet, right? How a company is using it after 10 years, it's fine, right? They take consent on the lease, no, you can't even read those words. Except agree and then move on. You don't even know how the data is being used. But having said that, there are data privacy security concerns which governments have acknowledged all over the world. GDPR is specifically in Europe per se. In India also we are starting with DPD, right? We should come in this very session. Again, how you consume your own data, how companies consume your data, as long as there are laws and guardrails to prevent the misuse of data, I think that is fine. Moreover, if you look at how our government is moving towards in the direction as I think this journey started long back and 2008 when they started with UI, what that UI is, right?
Aadhaar.
Right. So that's one thing which actually started this revolution, I would say, in the government's part, where we identified, we understood, we don't have single number or single identification of each of our citizens. Second, there were guardrails put around the entire security privacy part of it. I think and I believe that that is still the most secure system that we have in India. Obviously, there are loopholes, there are things that they've learned over time and put in place, the conditions of the security parameters around it. If you look at it, that the part side that is called, right, on which your UPI works and your Aadhaar works, that is getting extended to more and more areas in Indian economies. We have recently, and they will come up with something called agri-stack on top of Bharat Stack. We have 7 million farmers in the country. For which we don't have any land records. We don't know what they're growing. How many months of the year that the crop is being cultivated, how many months it's empty, right? So these kind of things, one is that entire land records are going online.
if you don't have data security, privacy, arrangements around it, that's a huge, I would say, risk. But, again, with all the taking partners, there are a lot of companies. I work with a company called Data Organizing, most of one more about it. They have started adopting whether it is they call data grants, and they are helping to digitizing those reports, and they are going to get that data opened up for the government, so that the government can also take the data from them, they can take data from the government, open IDs and open APIs. So, that's the right direction, that's a step in the right direction, and I hope the companies will also start learning more from it and do more about their collaboration.
One thing which I want to add over here is most global organizations are taking first steps in terms of data responsibility principles. And it is imperative for all of you to understand why this data responsibility globally is important, because data belongs to you. So no one else can use it unless you give the consent for them to use it. If they want to use it, then with proper guidelines, they'll take your consent. A lot of organizations across the globe, like Indian organizations, they're ensuring that there is data localization, so that there are effective guidelines of how our data is managed globally. Take an example of India. Indian government says that any data coming in from India, either from social media companies like Facebook, Netflix, Google, etc., payment companies, including American Express, MasterCard, Visa, banks, or any other form of companies, the data cannot move outside the India, and data also has to be stored in India. They've added another complex layer saying that no one from outside can access the data in India, which means that you need to invest in infrastructure ensuring that there are local data storage. In the past, what the government of India has done is they have ensured that there are data compliance officers across every global organization operating in India. So Twitter, Facebook, all of them have data compliance officer in terms of data breach or in terms of anyone posting wrong data. Within 24 hours, they have to act. Similarly, when we talk about payment companies like AMX, Discover, MasterCard, etc., we need to have local systems. And if you understand how this global network of payment works, you can use your card outside India. People from outside can use the card within India. So the data probably can be anywhere, because in the past, the processing of this data used to happen in servers based out of US, Europe, etc.
Ireland, Dublin, I think.
Yeah, Ireland, Dublin, St. Louis, Indianapolis, etc. Today, everything has to happen in India. I'm not sure how many of you know, but government of India actually stopped operations for some of these companies where they could not issue new customers or new cards because some of the data compliance was not in place.
I think just add to that, so back in almost like 3-4 years ago, when WhatsApp was really trying hard to enter into the UPI market for India specifically, and to it's called as a law of the land, the data center has to be situated within where the the LLC or subsidiary is taken. And that is where WhatsApp for business and specifically the UPI rate for WhatsApp was literally finding it difficult to enter into the Indian market because their data centers were not stated in India, and they had to really fight across it, and they had to get the data centers within the Mumbai area to set it up. And after all of that, hence now, like almost like a week back, WhatsApp for business has really said, yes, now we are entering into the UPI rules. That's how the government is taking a lot of efforts to ensure that how data privacy is actually contained well within the law framework, as well as the fact pushing these companies for the same. Taking a view on that, probably I'd like to ask a question to Akshay, like coming from technology and like Microsoft, like probably talk a lot about data privacy, but how Microsoft is ensuring that within the data privacy domain, the innovation is actually much more made up of on that front of how innovation be supported. What you guys do with that? You can add.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, I'm one of the panelists. I've seen the list of panelists over here, list of students over there. So I know more about I mean, first of all, data is a new oil. I remember being in Reliance, and the geo the geo logo which came up, if you just project it into a mirror, you will see it's actually an anagram of, it's actually a mirror reflection of oil. That's how Mukesh Ambani used to perceive geo and data as. So companies are looking to monetize data. I mean, there have been instances in the past, WhatsApp, Facebook, who have built their entire monetization model on top of data. But lately that has changed as more and more awareness has crept in consumers, in enterprise. People are, consumers and enterprise also looking to pivot to use data security and privacy as a USP as well. So from an organization perspective, from a corporate culture perspective, what at least we in Microsoft feel is that we build data security and privacy as a USP to our products. That is how we sell our products, that is how we differentiate our products as compared to companies. The whole, I mean, I know this is the AI revolution, we have the whole AI models built on data as well. But there are two layers to the AI models which we build, or which the entire world is building. Now let's not be specific to Microsoft. So the first layer which we build is basically a generic model which has all the data which is available in the world, and we have various sources of data available on the internet. There are some companies which have collected data and which are selling it off. So that's the first model we build. The second layer on top of the data model is something which we build is specific to an organization. We ensure that the organization knowledge, the organization data is preserved. It gets localized to that organization so that it doesn't go outside the boundary of the organization, and that's how we sell those particular products. That's how we market those products. And we see a lot of customers buying those. We see a lot of awareness in the market as well. Yeah, I mean, that's how most of the organizations, at least I feel, are pitching in their products, are creating a defense, at least in the minds of the consumers who have become data aware, who have become aware that their privacy, their data is sacrosanct. It cannot be taken for granted. That's how the organization like Microsoft are approaching this particular space.
One thing which I see is some of you are getting apprehensive of how data privacy is impacting us negatively. Guys, one thing that you have to really understand is data really helps each one of you, because when you get offers which are very personalized, it is only because of that data. So at the end, companies are ensuring that they are leveraging data in the best possible way, in the most responsible way. Every organization has data privacy guidelines, data officers, data experts to ensure that they can provide you the service, products, and the offers which you need based on your behavior and need. All of you use Amazon. Any of you do not use Amazon? Amazon gives you the next product that you should be purchasing. Why? And how do you think you use all these in the right way? You keep getting mails every day about offers of the product that you are most likely to purchase. A lot of times you get discounts. Have you noticed that sometimes if you have an app of a company and then you're coming closer to that company, let's say you're visiting a mall, Ambience Mall, and then you have an app of Big Bazaar, you will get a Big Bazaar offer in real time. Yeah, notification. Why do you think it happens?
It's very expensive.
At the end, all this is because of your data, because the companies want to ensure that you get benefited from the data, because somewhere they're able to predict the next product that you plan to purchase at the price that you would want to purchase and at the time that you need it. So the world is working to ensure that you get the maximum benefits. It's just that what they're expecting is, would you be willing to give your consent, and whether you have confidence in the organization that yes, they'll be able to use your data very responsibly. Most organizations are doing that. Again, it's a function of, can every organization do it? There is misinformation also. There are some companies who may misuse the data also. And that's where there's need for data leadership with some companies. And I can proudly say that MasterCard is trying to take that responsibility to the next level and act as a big brother to come up with the guidelines and protocols so that everyone follows the same. Thank you.
Just to add on it, and because I'm also giving the example of Amazon, just taking it to the most of the corporates present. So most of the corporates, when we work in a product function, we approach data as a horizontal. So every feature, every product which we build has a data element to it. And we do not release any feature, any specific product till the time we undergo thorough data analysis, thorough data protection, thorough privacy and security. So it's very much built into the DNA of an organization, how you approach it. And as you can see, I mean, as I said before, there's just so much awareness that it's become almost a horizontal, it's almost become a check mark in the list before releasing anything in the market that you need to undergo a data protection and security review. Yeah.
Probably, pivoting on two parts, what I and activism. So one is the fact about data privacy, which we really talked about. Then there is a concept which was said that, how companies are using data to target their customers. And third, the fact that Akshay said that for every feature or every product launch, what becomes a de facto checklist is to ensure that the data compliance, the data risk, depending upon the nature of your product, right? It is taken into consideration. Now, I actually want to ask people from the audience over here, right? When you talked about the fact of it's called as customer targeting, customer personalization. So how there will be courses, there will be studies that would be based upon the business intelligence aspect, where you will actually be returning the data from left right center left, right? So how do you guys feel about it? Does courses like business intelligence empowering you? Because our organization and probably my panelists can definitely add a flavor and Akshay probably sort of you can also add to it the fact that there are verticals dedicated within the organization who are just ensuring that strategies are built by consuming the data, by analyzing the data. And the data is also very different types. So there could be financial data, there could be product engagement matrix data, there could be data pertaining to how we can use the data to give personalized offers. So if you have any questions or you feel like business intelligence is actually helping us, business intelligence is reaching one vertical in the company who is powering these strategic arm, who is powering the product arm for that. And on that note, probably so if you can help, how business intelligence in your organization is helping in shaping up the product as such.
Right, so we are into services, not product per se, but I work with a lot of clients for the analytics, that's my current product. Typically, if you look at an organization, there are inward facing function processes, there are outward facing function processes. If I have to look at a company and divide it into some internal processes, so there will be processes related to the client, which is not covered by entire procurement or social. There will be an inventory or focus supposed to be right from my forecasting to fulfilling the demand, right? Which will encompass all the production facilities, how I'm supplying my customers, how I'm getting my raw materials, what timeline, what and all that. Then I will look at my entire financial processes, entire recording of the transactions, to the reporting of the transaction. From there, I move on to the order to cash, where the customer orders, where I get money from my customer. Then entire customer acquisition, customer service part of it. In each of these areas, you start looking at it. Tremendous amount of data is getting generated. Okay. We do a lot of, every company, as she said, has a vertical which looks into this only. I'm working with a lot of clients where they are helping them set up analytics COEs, right? They start working with different functions, okay, and start and analytics. Okay, let me get started. So when I say analytics is nothing but solving a point problem, okay, answering a very specific question. So let's suppose let me break it down for you. Let's say that I want to increase my revenue for by time in next 5 years. Okay, I start looking at what process will support that. Obviously, sales process will be there. I may want to expand to different geographies. I may want to increase new products. I may want to improve my PG. I may want to get into different customer offering. Okay. Now, for that, I need to have data in the past of my peer companies, of my competition, of the market that I'm entering, right? And basis that data, analyze the data, there will be postmortem analysis, wherein I would say, on the basis of past data, this is where I'm doing better.
they would be forward looking, and this is where I will predict that demand for this service, this product is going to increase for this particular audience, for this particular market, right? So you can be as specific as possible, and that's where the prediction that I talked about, the personalization that we all are talking about, helps you and more of the business gaining more and more market share.
One question to everyone. What do you think is the background of most of the CEOs today? If you have read, analyzed, what do you think is the background? What areas have they worked the most? In the past, it used to be sales. So someone who understands consumers and have sold to the consumers used to become the CEO. Who are the new CEOs? Most of them, yes. Product management. Others. Engineers are there, but if you see globally, Google CEO, Microsoft CEO, all of them have come from product backgrounds. So what they were good at was developing products which were scalable, which were automated, which were multi-modular, and all those products had elements of data, digital, and technology in place. Going forward, as the world is becoming one economy, where everyone is interconnected with digital elements and data, it is imperative that the world will have CEOs who understand technology, products, and data in the best possible way. That does not mean that you do not know how to sell well, or you do not know how to understand the consumer behavior, but that is the new role product managers bring in, where they understand the market needs, they understand how to bring customers at the center, they understand what is the right product for them, and they believe bringing all this together will ensure that the products are sold in the best possible way. Every organization wants to grow the top line, but also wants to ensure that their bottom line is also really doing well. Products are the best solutions for ensuring that bottom line do well, because it gives you scale, it gives you automation, so you do not have to reinvent the wheel again and again.
Basically, what he's saying is the leader of media should be Iron Man and not Captain America. You need to look at obviously technology is a huge part of it. Slightly contrary to what Amar is saying, you need to know technology a bit, but I think sales would still be seeing for the terms. The community background, I can say that. And secondly, when you're looking at a leader, right? And people would be able to approve that much better than me. But empathy or the emotional quotient will still play a much better role than any other skill set over there. You need to take team all together. You need to know how to delegate. You need to know the correct person for a that because all by himself. So I think that you want to add to that.
Yeah.
I'd like to probably pass over to Preeti for one for the question answer. Yes, product management is definitely a techno-functional role. So you have to be street smart, but at the same point of time, that's what Thor has also said. EQ plays a big role, in promoting the organization, and if the leader does not have that independent question, they will not be able to hold it together themselves, and then they will not be able to lead the team. On that note, really, like within Accenture currently, how does a big firm like Accenture is embracing the balance? You have to build products across the globe, right? Which has impact, say, on multiple functions, whether it is say like data is the word over here. How do you guys ensure that that information is recorded within the multiple functions of that organization? How does Accenture does it?
Sure. Can you all hear me? Do I need a mic? Can you hear me? Okay, so I'll do it without a mic. I think it just sounds a little better. But I think the two parts. One is how Accenture does it. I don't think most people are really keen to know how Accenture does it. Maybe you all are more keen to know how this works at large for global firms. Now, there are two aspects to it. I think some people come from products background, they spoke more product orientation, but a lot of the industries are also still services. The mindset of products is really not the mindset that is built for the other firms. But there are 2-3 aspects to this. So first aspect is, what do you want to change and why? So let's go to the why. Why are we discussing digital economy and so on and so forth. Why is it such a big topic today? Anybody wants to take a guess? Like, what's the big, I mean, besides the fact we needed to spend 2 hours together.
Quite convenient and efficient, as you've already seen how it has transformed the digital payments infrastructure. So in that regard, I think it lends efficiency both for the client and for the government person at the back end and at the front end.
Yeah, fabulous. You very well. Was that OpenAI? But then good
Mhm.
job. Now that's a great answer. But what has happened? Okay, so let me rephrase. What has happened over the last 2 years and primarily more so this year? Okay, what happened on November 16th? Anyone remembers? It was a big day because somebody launched something in the market and then went on to say something as big as, I think it was January, the CEO of that firm went online to say that Google is going to be gone, and I can say I'm going to be the biggest disruptor of the whole digital world per se. Who is this? Who am I talking about? No, I mean, which firm am I talking about? I don't know the CEO's name. Sorry? OpenAI. Yeah, what did it do? Yes, it is GenAI, but what did it do? Simple English, no complicated words. Yeah, that it did. What did it do to the world? No, so okay. What I'm going to tell you is that when they came, till then, everybody was sitting, and Google especially, high and mighty, saying, I am the biggest ruler of data in the world. I have the biggest control. Yes. ChatGPT came and disrupted it entirely, made it open, and went to the next level of evolution of data, which even Google had probably not thought or not focused on. And then what did that do to the rest of the world? Since 16th November to, I don't know, October, where we are sitting now. What did it do? It's caused. Sorry?
Became mainstream.
Yes. AI or GenAI?
GenAI became mainstream.
Okay. It's caused a massive level of disruption in the world. So disruption anyway started COVID times. As you all were saying, I think somebody was saying we were not even prepared for online classes. And then we had taken some time to prepare. So much changed. And then comes ChatGPT 16 November and says, I'm going to change the world. And since then, so much has changed. So that's the big, what has happened in the world, which is causing this big disruption. So now so why do organizations need to therefore change? Why do they need to change? I mean, in general, it's a conversation, guys. It's not one-sided. And then what Accenture does, I'll come to that last because it's not really important. Yes.
The other change.
Yes, that is fairly right. But what it also does is it has completely disrupted your entire end-to-end models. Meaning, you have a manufacturing model, you have a supply chain model, and I'm not talking businesses now. The customer, consumer models, and so on and so forth. All of that has got disrupted completely. Yeah. So that's the big change that is happening. Now, because of this change that is happening at a very, very large scale level, what needs to change from an organization standpoint? So, ho raha hai. If complexity wasn't enough, recently, what has started last week? Something has started, right, globally, which impacts the world. Exactly. And why is that very relevant now? Because it impacts something, a product that we all use. It impacts oil. And it adds to complexity because of another war that is happening somewhere else, which also impacts oil. Yes. So what does that do to the rest of the world? It's a connected world, right? So it's another element that's coming. So disruption is the big constant today. That's the first thing. Because of the biggest disruption, organizations need to think differently. Now, because what they will change, what we call is, it's a complicated word, but I'll use it anyway. I mean, our word, we call it reinvention. So you can't do business the same way, meaning digital transformation was doing the same business, but doing it better. Now that's no more valid. What is valid today is you were doing it better, but you can't continue doing it better because Google was doing it better anyway. This is getting recorded. Google is the client.
It's definitely getting recorded.
So Google was doing it better. They were doing it really well. And then comes ChatGPT and says 2 years will be history. So that's a different level of disruption. So now you need to start looking at your models from a reinvention perspective, which is to say, am I ready for the unprecedented level of change today, tomorrow? And the unknown, which is Israel war, Russia, Republican Democrats, BJP, and anybody else. Yes. So there's this entire complexity. That's the why you need to change. What is the next thing that organizations need to ensure that they change? Sorry? Very good. Upskill their people, but is it upskill their people or upskilling is an aspect of it? What is the challenge? Convincing them. Oh, that's a very good challenge too. It is an aspect of the challenge. What else is the challenge? Adaptability, yes, but of who? The organization is who? It's not a logo. Who is an organization? Okay, who is IIFT? Yes, people. In a firm like Accenture, who is it? And then who is the future of firms like Accenture? Yeah. So where is the gap? No, not at college level is an aspect of it. I hope there is not that much of a gap, but nevertheless, that's correct. So talent is the biggest gap today. It is one of the biggest gaps because organizations today have to move with speed, but they're not able to move with speed because they have a massive workforce sitting across the world that does things a certain way, that's been taught to do it better with digital transformation. And now you're saying, you know what, I have to train you on things I know, I have to train you on things I don't know. So that's the big if. So what are we going to do? Now let's break it down to first thing. You are the talent lead. Anybody out here, you all are, let's assume IIFT is the case in point. They are trying to get hired for a batch. And the batch is going to help re-architect the whole model of ensuring 100% people of you get jobs in the digital space. Let's assume that's the case in point. What is going to be your first thing? What are you going to think about first? Guys, that's the reason I'm doing this interactive. I can speak 5 more minutes, but I can already see some people have dozed off and some are on Instagram. So what is the first thing you'll do? Come on, guys. Yes, but okay, that's one way. Now you know you're setting up the team. Let's say you have the team, you're selecting. What is the first thing? You already have people in your college. What are you going to do with them?
What kind of skills the students have?
Yeah, so you need to firstly define your talent strategy. What do I need? When do I need? How do I encompass for it? That's one. Secondly, do I account for GenAI? How many of you believe GenAI will take away jobs at a beginner level for repeatable work? Then you all are really smart, because while the jobs have not started going away today, they will start going away in the next 6 to 12 months. It will definitely happen. So that's one. So you need to account for that aspect of it. Secondly, what do you have to do? So first is I need to find the talent. I need to have a talent strategy. I need to account for, I will not need 5 people, I will need 1. That's one. Secondly, what about the people who are already there? Inka kya karoge? What are you going to do?
Maybe an alternate question is, do you think GenAI can take any of your jobs? No. Any of you feel that GenAI can take any of your jobs? No. Why? Someone said.
Two. So if you feel,
Yeah.
3.
Why do you think so? Yeah.
So AI can give solutions, but it is not able to make business decisions. It is us who make decisions.
Absolutely. So do you know ChatGPT gave some entrance exams in India? They tried JEE. Do you know how many marks could they score? Any of you? They also tried giving CAT, and then they also wrote GMAT. They were able to clear a lot of exams of foreign universities, which were based on knowledge. However, what they could not do is crack some of the toughest exams like JEE, CAT, even UPSC in India, because that was based on application. What you are able to do is combine all the knowledge that you have and apply the concepts to solve the problem. Today, ChatGPT cannot do that. Generative AI is looking to do that. But what you can do is what the tool cannot do today. So generative AI may not take your jobs. And you need to be confident on your skills, on your IQ and EQ both, because it does not offer the same. So you are safe. She talked about beginner level redundant jobs which can be taken away, but not your jobs.
So I have a different perspective. This is a debatable topic. I think there are two aspects to this. One, can the jobs get shrunk for your kind of jobs? How many of you feel yes? Yeah, no, meaning the firms that are hiring from the colleges have come down, meaning instead of 10, it is now 5. Has that happened? Do you all agree? So that's happening. That's the harsh reality today. The second aspect is in the future. So I disagree a little. ChatGPT can do very good negotiations, can do analytics, can do business logical thinking, can be predictive also by nature. And Copilot is going to come and also change a lot, which I'll let Akshay talk about. But nevertheless, the skill that will be in demand today is your ability to imagine and think broader, bring it all together, be the captain while AI becomes, or Gen AI becomes a tool or another student in your same or a team member. So I think that skill, if you all have or you all adapt to, is going to be massive. Meaning, the question is, how many of you are using OpenAI, Bard, Microsoft's, any tool that's out in the play, like a Copilot or even Midjourney and others in your daily life today? How many of you are doing that? Okay, then you're safe.
For
Because you're
assignments?
adapting.
For assignments?
Yeah, that's fabulous. That you should do that. But I'm saying that this skill that you started adapting, this skill is the key skill. Because even organizations today don't know what they really want. So that's the third. But the fourth, reskilling is an important aspect of it. Getting new skills is another aspect of it. But there's one more aspect of today talent gap in the world at large. And that is just not finding the right skills for the right job. This big gap is a huge gap. So what have organizations started doing? Disruption has caused it. Maybe I'm using the word ChatGPT, but ChatGPT has made everybody think and really have sleepless nights. What are they making everyone do now that they have not done before consciously? Which is not transform, I would say it's reinvent. In skills, what are they doing differently? Any guesses?
Except copy paste.
Anyone, any guesses? Sorry? No, retrain is reskilling, isn't it? That's transformation. You know skill A, now you need to learn skill B. So I'll train you. So that's going from A to B. That's transform. I'm talking about reinvent, change the game. What did ChatGPT do for Google? So what they're trying to do now is they're saying, okay, traditionally, and again, this is not getting recorded. You go to colleges, you get your skills from colleges. You go to X and Y and B, and you get your skills. But the gap is huge. This does not account for it. So what they've started doing is looking at untapped areas. One of the biggest untapped areas in a country like India is many. Just any guesses? There's no wrong answer. Take a guess. You're also thinking like ChatGPT. One is you all. This is the regular way. What is the non-regular way? Sorry? That is good. So they're thinking about going deeper. That's one dimension. But it's the same workforce, same population, same age group. What about the other age groups of the population? There are so many in our country and in other countries. What do you do with them? What about veterans? Have you all heard of veterans being a big part of the workforce? They have a lot of key skills, but they have not been tapped by organizations. So that's another area they're going. Third, very big area. And I see that gap even in this college today. Who contributes 50% of our population, or 48%, whatever, of our population today? Yeah. Where are we going to untap these women? Today, your college boasts of 40%, which is fabulous. But is it even, it's unfortunate that we boast of 40%. We should have already been more than 50%, but we're not. That's the untapped market. LGBTQ plus across the world, maybe not so much in India. India is a very different dynamic, but Americas, Europe, these people who are not included, include them, but they're still going to stick to your organization because nobody else is accepting them. That's an untapped market. Yeah. What about senior citizens? Repeatable skills. And obviously, Gen AI will ensure they are also not needed much, but I'm saying Can they do a job cheaper, faster, with more reliability? Yes. So the talent market has taken a massive disruption. So my request to all of you is, forget what Accenture is doing and other firms are doing. And that answer, I'm sure you're not very interested, but I give it to you anyway. You need to focus on two things. One, Gen AI has to be your best friend, just like the person sitting next to you. Adapt, adopt, keep reading about it. That's the first skill. Secondly, stay connected. That's my little request. How many of you have added all of us on LinkedIn? One. What does that say about the Instagram population? Connect with the world and write a point of view. Don't take it from OpenAI because people can see it, or take from OpenAI, but adapt to it. Write, have a perspective, because this is the skill that people are looking for. REST, OpenAI, and even Microsoft Copilot will do. Okay, so that's my little message to you. But I have a question, and I'm amazed that you all have still not asked anybody that, especially the Microsoft person. That's the question I came with. I was asking you on the side. How many of you know Copilot? Okay, can anyone say what Copilot will do and how is it going to revolutionize? Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Subiran from the batch of 25. Copilot basically allows us to write codes more efficiently. For example, let's say I want to write a function that creates a web page for login, user ID, and everything. I just need to mention one file. I want to create a function, and it will automatically generate all the.
No, but what will it do?
Yes, so the number of person hours that is spent on writing the 1,000 lines of code will get reduced.
That's it? That's Microsoft Copilot?
Yes, and it will also reduce the number of bugs that comes in. So
No, but that's it? That's one component?
yeah, I mean, from what
Anybody else wants to say what Microsoft Copilot is? Otherwise, we give it to Akshay to share. It's going to be a big game changer. Accenture's already adopted it, and the rest of the world, mark this day, will be taking Copilot as a part of their lifestyle.
Thank you. Yes, we spoke about a couple of things. So let me answer the first thing. What is Microsoft Copilot? Copilot is your assistant. It helps you do things more productively. That's how we look at it. It's not restricted to only composing a document. It helps you improve your productivity. It helps you in doing the same amount of work in a less amount of time, in a significantly less amount of time, so that you have time for other things. Basically, that's how we're looking at it. It's actually integrated with all the Microsoft Suite of products. That's how it's going to be launched in November. I think you spoke about one example where it helps you compose a document. There are various other facets where, for example, if you're having a meeting, I'm sure you folks will be doing a lot of meetings for your assignments and all. It helps you summarize the meeting. It helps you take some of the action items from the meeting. It helps you assigning it to the right individual so it can be taken up as follow-up. That's also one of the biggest use cases of Copilot. It can help you generate PowerPoint templates. It help you design anything. So lots of things Copilots can do. I mean, just to give you an example on what we are seeing is the one of the first surface on which we introduced Copilot was on GitHub. And on GitHub, we have seen that the developer productivity has increased by 80%. That's one of the biggest impacts we have started seeing right now with Copilot. It can do automation of small programs. I mean, it can write programs by itself. So you don't need those low-level developers. You need folks who can actually work in algorithms or data systems, on database designs. So that's how it's making redundant jobs, the repeatable jobs at that level. But having said that, I mean, we have spoken about Copilot in the domain of business processing, in the domain of corporates. I mean, Copilot is also democratizing a lot of other industries as well. I mean, not Copilot, Gen AI. And I mean, let me ask you as a form of a question. I think a couple of months back, there was a big strike in LA. Do you know what that strike was about? Yeah, so you folks are back because the writers will. So Copilot now can author entire scripts. That's why the writers will actually stood up and they strike about, because it was not, I mean, they anticipated that it's going to take up the jobs as well. The other aspect of Copilot jobs, not yet.
Not yet.
It will. Scary part.
Yeah.
Scary part, I would say.
Yeah. The other aspect which we at least foresee is the Gen AI is going to disrupt the entertainment industry as well. We have a plethora of movie stars, we have so many TV soap operas. We have the Netflixes and Amazon who want to produce their own content, right? I mean, content creation and consumption are one of the biggest, what do you call, I mean, there has been a democratization of that. And Copilot or the Gen AI is going to make that easy. So you will have a huge impact on the entertainment industry in the coming years to come. Producer and directors, they can just throw up certain prompts in Gen AI and it will actually produce a movie, an entire movie with the same actors, with the right, maybe if you're making a Bollywood movie with the right songs as well. It will have the kind of emotion you want to see, it can have this kind of suspense and kind of plot you want to see. So that is something which we are also expecting the Gen AI to do. So there will be a lot of disruption in the entertainment industry as well.
How many years in the making? I think everyone is very, very excited just to see such movies which will be created out of AI.
It's already started. See, there are already like videos which have started on like totally made with AI. And what I feel, I think one of the most important factors is that of course AI can do all the things, right? AI and in future, I think in 6 months to 1 year's time, we'll see AI doing so much more than what it is doing right now. It will start replacing the job. That is also true. But what I feel that, again, this is a common, like I think most of you have heard it, that AI will not take up your job. Someone using AI, right? So you have to, like, a lot of time, what I keep hearing, don't give me AI answer. Don't, use AI. Give me your answer. I think more than that, how intelligently you use AI makes the difference. I'll tell you, like, we interview, like, for our company, like, in the past, now, I keep interviewing a lot of candidates. I keep interacting with a lot of candidates. What I see them doing, most of the time you give them something, and the answer comes and you read it in one go, this is entirely ChatGPT. In one go, right? And I think that's one of the biggest problems. When you get totally dependent on ChatGPT or generative AI, that's where the problem is. If you use it as your best friend, as your secretary, right, as an intern, it's a very powerful tool. But the moment you start replacing, you start being totally dependent. That's where the problem comes. It can give you access to so many areas, it can save so much time of yours, it can make you empowered like no other tool has done that before. But you have to be smart and you should be ready to work. It's not like if AI has given you everything, just copy paste, because then there'll be no quality difference, right? You have to build up on the top of it. That's what matters, right? If you're using it, again, that's the same thing with organization. But there's another point that I want to make is how smartly you're using it and how aware are you about different, so I see a lot of people, what they do, like they're working in companies, which you all will be. So they put all the company information on the, on generative AI, and companies are suffering big time because of that. We are in consulting, we consult a lot of clients. And this is a big problem that we are seeing from many companies, that companies have the proprietary information, but employees are not understanding, they're putting, to get the work done, they're putting sensitive information on ChatGPT. Right. So again, you have to be smart, you have to be mindful, and in the colleges, I think the root starts from the college. Last 1 year, okay, a very open question, if you can answer honestly. How many of you have literally submitted assignments, just copy pasting from ChatGPT without even looking at it? Everyone? If someone is saying no, I will
No, there are tools which can also do plagiarism check.
No, but I don't see. The problem is there are tools which are there for plagiarism, but there are workarounds for that. You can ask AI to generate the content which cannot be detected by you.
Quill.ai.
Yes. Right. So the moment you start being that dependent is when the problem occurs more, because then you will lose creativity. You will lose gaining from it. The purpose of the work, purpose of your assignments is to make you think, is to make you aware, is to make you learn. But if you're not doing that, that's where the problem begins, and you start losing. We do MBA, most of the time it's just assignments, bunch of them, and you feel like, oh, this is just work. But the purpose, you have to understand what the purpose of it is. And if you start doing that from college, that being totally dependent and just getting the work done for the sake of it, and you stop learning, the problem will, this will become a bigger problem in corporate, because what will separate you from other employees? And when you start your business, if some of you I'm sure must be, willing to start a business, what will differentiate you from other companies, competing companies? Having those skill sets. So AI can become your best friend, can push you forward and can hold you back. Yes.
Yeah. So what they're saying is ensure that you put maximum stress on your classes, understand your fundamentals, ensure that you are very, very attentive in your classes rather than on social media apps, even on OpenAI, ChatGPT, because what classes or professors will teach you is not something that you'll gain from these apps, because learning fundamentals is key to success. ChatGPT is your assistant. You're not its assistant.
Staying relevant is what we are saying. I mean, I think I have two more bus keywords which probably can summarize the last 20 minutes to start. It is like use these tools, BART, Copilot, and the Gen AI tools as your assistant in terms of the fact that are going to improve your trust, but your creativity is still stand out. Like how you would track a particular interview would not be fact that how a Gen AI answer has been given, but how effective you personalize it with your own experiences will make you stand out from the rest. And please, if my panelists agrees to this or not.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think this is important. Another thing, as being true to the theme that we have, which is one world, one economy, one future. As you learn and understand some of these things, it is important that you also are able to correlate of what it means. Learning from one, what's happening is, if one person learns it, given the open systems that we have, they're ensuring that everyone can learn from one person. So the world is becoming such where everything is available in open, that good work done by one can be helpful for everyone else. It's just that you should be more aware and you should be willing to adapt to everybody's learning. In the world of MBA, what is taught sometimes, I'm not sure here or not, is, if you've heard the term called RG. Do you use it? No. Relative grading. That I need to get better grades compared to others. How can you get relative grading? That I need to differentiate myself compared to others. So I should hold some information which I have, which others do not. Probably that used to happen 10 years back when we were in the world, 15 years back. Today, everyone has access to all the information. Most organizations say you should ensure that others also win. Share, collaborate, and then only you will win. So companies, as part of their values as well as the learning ways, focus is that you share. So before the theme of one world, one economy, one future, it is important that everyone shares. That's how everyone will be able to learn from each other. Today, as we talk about digital disruption happening across the world, specifically in India, and we talk about what? NPCI coming up with UPI. We talk about ONDC. Any of you know ONDC? Open Network for Digital Commerce. What it does? It is democratizing e-commerce. Then we are talking about new areas where we talk about e-mandis, where you have farmers and you're figuring out, can you provide them information? Similarly, there are new avenues coming up, not just with Aadhaar, but let's say India has gone a long way in digitizing their health infrastructure as well as health systems. Imagine how do you think India is able to learn, how the world is able to learn, is because a lot of information is available on an open source. If you've heard of the word called open data and open banking, any of you? Have you heard of the term called open data, open banking?
Cross borders, like cross-border payments as such, anyone?
No, there.
Yeah, there's someone. Anyone has heard of, yeah, open data, open banking? Not just cross-border. Okay, this is interesting, and why we're talking about this one word, because openness becomes important. In the past, only banks were supposed to not just own but manage any information, and this is the world of open data, open banking. So I will take an example. So whatever information of the customers was available to a bank was able to leverage that information to provide services to a customer. Today in the new world, digital banks or fintechs have come in. As per the regulatory bodies, what they've said is banks, NBFCs, etc., are allowed to share open data in a form which can be sensitized and encrypted with fintechs. So imagine if someone has to provide a loan. I'm giving a hypothetical example. If someone has to provide a loan to a golgappe wala who do not have a digital trail, how do you think the golgappe wala, the sari wala, the chaat wala will get loans to them? If they do not have bank account, if they do not have digital trails, if they only use cash to do anything that they do, because they need money for capital flow.
It's actually something which the government recently launched on the Vishkarma day as well. So Modi literally did
So very important for you. Let's hear from you. Do you understand this? How do you think these people gonna get? And you may know MSMEs in India represent more than 25% of all people. That means it brings maximum employment. It drives the economy in the best possible way. And these are the people who do not have access to the right loans or common loans.
I think you guys should definitely know that.
I mean,
This is one of the very
it's a
important
completely
initiatives.
detail, like how that and
Okay, we have a person.
Yeah, there's someone.
sorry.
Yes.
Yes. What? So what's happening there?
So they are looking to give out loans up to 3 lakhs.
How?
how?
Via accounting.
No. Before that, let's understand. If someone needs a loan, you need to assess two important things: attractiveness of a customer and riskiness of a customer.
Credit line, like how you will be actually being a credit worthy.
Yes. How much this person should be given, and riskiness of whether this person will be able to repay this back or not. If these entities do not have a digital trail, how on earth will you be able to figure this information out? Anyone? This is the most important question or pressing need today. Yes.
Probably the level of UPI transaction they have.
UPI may be minuscule, 5%, 10%, 20% of their entire commerce.
They actually it's the largest share of that.
Okay, what else? Again, the broader theme is open data, open banking, and how everyone is coming into the ecosystem. Yes, please.
So the timely payments of the telephone bills or electricity bills and how much payments they're doing and whether they're doing it regularly can be discovered.
They may not be taking it. One, when you talk about phone, maybe a lot of them may have prepayment or prepaid systems rather than postpaid. Second, when you talk about electricity payments, one, maybe in Delhi, a lot of them have free electricity given, you hardly have formal systems.
They won't be having any credentials attached to them, so
Yes.
to ensure that going in the credit score.
Basically, all of this are tied up with the PAN card.
Do you think all of them have companies? They've registered their companies with the PAN card?
Individual PAN card. Yes.
Yeah, or they're filing GSTs on PAN card.
Or they have.
Think of this segment, the MSME segment, and that's why I take examples. So think of, let's say the paratha wala just outside IIFT. How is that paratha wala getting loans? Yes.
Sir, total transaction in the bank like inflow and out.
They may not have a bank account where they're putting money because the money is not even going there. Have any of you tried asking the paratha wala just outside IIFT of how is he managing finances or cash flows?
So, but then I think most of these products, they have UPI IDs, but then when those payments are being made, transactions are being recorded.
Agreed.
That's what doing.
So let's say 30% of all their purchases are coming on UPI. 70% may still be on cash. Which means their income, if it is 1,000 rupees per day, it is coming as 300 rupees per day going into a bank account because they accept UPI. A lot of them may accept Paytm, so it is going to a Paytm wallet. And if they've gone ahead with the KYC, that means that it is going to, yeah. So KYC requires a PAN card, so it is going to their PAN card details. But do you think they'll be able to get the working capital loan showing that, yes, I have an income of 300 rupees? How will they grow? How will they scale? How will they manage their daily expenses? Because they have to procure a lot of things if they want to expand and manage their operations.
Based on mutual trust, we have a cap on the amount of loan that has to be given.
So mutual trust works, but then
It's a working
do you think in an informal setup, people will be willing to give the loan and not take undue advantage of this individual? Yeah.
So probably, somebody would have also taken some kind of a student loan.
Yeah.
Imagine the time that, you guys or somebody in your family would have been grilled left, right and center by any financial institutions. And now put that scenario, cut, copy, paste your paratha wala or a vegetable vendor. They don't have anything to show their creditworthiness.
And today they may take it from not formal sources but informal sources. So they may send goons to their places, and you have seen this in the movies. So they'll send goons to extract maximum money.
By the way, here, like these informal loans, like these short-term loans. Do you have any idea how much like these, again, there are two ways to get these loans, like short-term loans from these fintechs or. So one is you take a short-term loan from these fintechs, or you go to these local, as this is Saukar or these local people are getting. Do you know how much rate of interest they charge for a loan? Any guesses? Or you can even lose.
So you know the bank rate of interest today. What is that?
Not bank
No,
rate.
no. So we'll start from there and then we'll see what is the multiple.
What is the bank rate? Anyone?
Personal loan. So let's study personal loans.
Yes.
How much?
Yes.
7 to 8 was, but now I think
Now
it's
It's around 10.
Yes.
9 to 10. Okay, now let's go to these fintechs.
Yeah.
What do you think is the rate of interest over there? 16%.
16.
Oh, any other?
Sure.
50%. Okay, any other answer? 10% per day. Oh, that will be way too much. They'll not be able to repay any.
Yeah.
I'll give you a call.
Okay.
So there will be a huge range depending on how are you able to arm twist. But very quickly coming back. Because
36%.
36.
36.
Yeah.
20, somewhere between 30 to 36. Like for bigger loans, it may be up to like 18 to 24, but generally for the short term, this goes even up to 36%. Staggering rate of interest.
So cutting long story short, because we have limited time, what's happening is the world is bringing open data together where not just banks, but data is coming from every possible source and the fintechs are collecting and ensuring that all the data comes together. So this is spend data, payments data, which is how much are you spending and how much are you also repaying, social data, demographics data, telecom data, any form of GST, tax, rent, etc. All data is coming together, based on which some decision making is done to create a profile of an MSME. If you have heard of something called Khata Book, what they're doing is they are digitizing manual records. Having said that, they're also in the process of becoming a digital lender. So all these companies are trying to take advantage of open data, forming ecosystem of open banking and helping a lot of these MSMEs on the ground. And this is where the disruption is happening. This is a very important area going forward. If we would want to formalize our economies, ensure that the black money can be reduced, ensure that all these people become part of the organized ecosystem. Government also gain from them by collecting taxes, empowering them, educating them, and ensuring that they have both financial as well as digital literacy in place. All the right steps have been taken. Much more can be done. But today, as we sit, I believe we are in a very, very good shape, driving one world, one economy, one future. Thank you.
And on that note, like probably food for thought for everyone, another buzzword which you can actually go and search is what is called as Bharat 2.0. And MSMEs are playing a very major role in that. Any sector that you name it, be it construction, be it agriculture, as continuously we are talking about. So Bharat 2.0 is something that a lot of I would say infrastructure sectors are working towards to ensure that there is a reality, be there is financial inclusion for that segment. So the free hawker, the vendor, the gulgappa wala, the paratha wala have been empowered with data, that is the data is available. The literacy that they are getting using that data to be financially included in any stated form, whether loans, whether it is accepting payments, and that's what they are now terming it as Bharat 2.0 to ensure that we, all of us as Indians, as India, becoming into the mainstream economy of the world. On that note, I would really like to thank all our panelists over here.
But any questions before you thank us? We still have 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes. We'll be happy to answer your questions.
Yes.
Very easily use Gen AI to manipulate results. The 2021 general election coming up, 2016 in the United States, there was a big issue with ratios and information. And the Gen AI development is very easily used things to doctor items very quick, manipulating the overall scheme of things. So how can we ensure that within the next year, because we are still in the realms of knowing AI as a function, how can we ensure that big results like these are not affected to a larger? Any short-term view?
For consumers or voters, one thing that you should do is stay grounded and understand whether all the things that anyone is talking about is really happening on the ground. Don't get influenced by just social media posts. Do not get influenced by WhatsApp messages. See for yourself whether things are changing, whether work has been done or not. Unless you believe, don't get influenced just from the news.
There are two parts to it. One is the legitimate part, which you can do. Second is what so second part is something where the influencing masses via whatever posts that you can on media or any on campaigns specifically targeted to them. You can't stop it. You need to be aware, you need to be aware of the surroundings. Second, the legitimate part which has been going on for ages or anything. It's not that you are doing it via some automated tools right now. You always used to do demarcation of different constituencies. You used to understand what people are doing there, what geographies are they belong to, what professional tasks, what parameters are there in particular scenario. They used to analyze it forever. It's not new. What companies like Cambridge Analytica or other such sorts of companies they have become visualizing something. So what they are doing is they're analyzing data at mass scale, right? Earlier it used to be because of manual, you used to collect data, you used to understand, somebody is doing a building on Excel, but you can do it now on mass scale. You can actually define strategies accordingly in a very, very specific, targeted, personalized manner. If I have to, they do a lot of, they mention a lot of times, so we found out that IIFT, first of all, IIFT must be earning more than us. If you target that person, the data is already there in the market, it's available, legitimately in the net, it's available illegitimately in the dark web, right? So how to manipulate the data, how to understand, analyze, and kind of device strategies accordingly is very much more, you cannot put it in a, there's no gray area about it. It is there, it's very much there, and you have to learn to deal with it. People will start using it. The companies, the firm, they're already using it in a way to personalize their offerings for you. Similarly, company partners are using it to personalize their campaigns as per your taste. Having said that, ethically, is it right? Is it wrong? I can't know.
Ethics is a perspective.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I don't think so. There's pretty much black and white areas to it, but I don't know what you would get some.
Ask Trump the question. He'll tell you that
You can
perspective.
go with lens about it.
Any other question?
Yes.
If there are
That's article of the leave at 25. So my question is, since we talked about first data privacy, then about generative AI causing the disruption. So how can we encourage a cultural shift towards literacy for both of those new technology for the different demographics, like you talked about writers and then in businesses as well. So how can we encourage the very writers to sort of adapt it and to learn about those and to not get disrupted by
I think that's very a very good question that you have asked. And I believe, like, again, with the theme of the event as well, I think, as they say, one world, one economy, inclusivity becomes a very critical part, right? We have to make sure that, the new technologies, the new development that are happening, and the literacy of the digital platform is reaching to everyone, right? This is very important. And again, it's like most of the time we think it's only government, but no, it's not government. Organizations, companies, we all have to take the responsibility for that, right? To bring more and more people into this ecosystem, to have the skill enhancement, and again, take these as, as the friend, and how we can use this to enhance the skill. This becomes very, very important, right? And now the policies, of course, the government policies will play a huge role, but the companies, there are a lot of companies which are doing social activities, and I think this is a part of that as well. These days, I say this very often that, social service is not something just you go and make someone feed someone, right? Instead, you empower them. And today's time, this is empowerment. This is the true empowerment to make sure that they are having the right skills which can be used across and they can grow in their lives, right? So having those inclusivity is focusing on those segments which are not technologically sound, right? Understanding the hurdles. Again, I think we all are like G20. What was the one thing, if I may ask, that India was very proudly showcasing to everyone? What was the one technology, one innovation that India had, which it showcased very nicely? UPI, yes. In fact, we signed a deal, right, on it. So this is something that the innovation and UPI, what they have done. Again, like everyone was saying, even a rickshaw wala, even a sabji wala, those who don't even understand, like again, English language knowledge are not a barrier now. It has been used across, right? I see grandmothers who are not at all illiterate, but still they are using video calls, to connect with their children, grandchildren, right? This is inclusivity. And the more we go on that, we can have one economy, one world, one economy, which is inclusive of everyone and everyone is growing together.
I have a different perspective. Basically, with every disruption, they are going to be winners and losers. Right. I mean, we have seen in the past with the advent of the machine age, with the advent of the automobile age, there were a discernible number of winners Gen AI is going to be a disruption. There will be folks who will ride the wave and there will be folks who will get affected. I think your question was, how do we actually empower the folks who are going to be affected by Gen AI? What I mean, going back to the history as well, right? As soon as whenever we have seen this sea of technological change, we have seen green shoots also appearing. I mean, they have a lot of opportunities also get created because of this disruption. With Gen AI, what we are seeing is we have only started seeing some green shoots of those opportunities right now, so it's too early to predict the trend. But we have seen something called, at least in the technological industry, which is called as prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is a branch of engineering which will actually look at how to provide the right prompts. Basically, that's a new opportunity or new field which is coming up as part of the Gen AI. So there will be many fields as the technology evolves, as we see the full scale and impact of Gen AI. The question is, how do you upskill those people to that particular opportunity which is coming up? I think there will be various avenues. Corporates will be doing it, organizations will be doing it, education will be doing it. So there will be avenues over here. But the first question is, let's understand the impact of Gen AI, where it's actually extending to, what all the opportunities are available, and then we will actually, I mean, I'm sure everyone in the world will have a point of view or will come up with an action plan on what to do about it.
Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest is important in every area. What is important now is to see what is the new algorithm and the direction for fitness. If you want to transform yourself, you want to evolve, see the new trends, learn, follow, and ensure that you are ready to take on new challenges in the world.
It's like Instagram handle.
Yes. Cameras used to exist before as in real cameras, but today mobile phones have disrupted and the camera companies no longer exist. Same may happen to a lot of companies going forward, so they need to reform and transform. That's it.
This is the last note of it. Besides the formal, educational formal inclusion of any disruptive technology comes where not only the corporate world, the government part also plays a role. A lot also happens between the peer network. Like you more become paranoid about it, you will try to learn more about it, and you pass on the information like the way we said, share with one another so that you are able to adapt to it in a much faster fashion. Yes, there is a segment which is out there who needs a handhold, and that is where government policies will definitely help. And if the writer's strike happened because they got that information, they were paranoid about it, and now they will educate themselves by then getting into the group. So on that note, are any more questions guys that you would like to have? Please. Any more questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm from PK batch of right. So as the discussion was also on data and its importance. So as an analytics professional, we are here learning a lot of tools and mechanisms like we are running a market basket analysis where we could use those analysis in formulating strategies, pricing strategies, where we could form where we could basically decide what the price of those two product bundles would be. So as we also discussed about how repetitive jobs will be taken out, how do you analytics professionals these skills having these professionals with these skills generating jobs.
Okay. When we talk about the world of analytics, the three things which comes very closely is descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. Till now, a lot of people used to work in the first area, which was descriptive analytics. We talked about business insights, we talked about intelligence, we talked about reporting, coming up with tabular reports, etc., etc. All this is part of descriptive analytics. When we started this study, we talked about that today the biggest problems are the prediction problems. So for the analytics professionals going forward, predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics, which is recommendations, will own the key. Can you come up with solutions by understanding the client problems And can your solutions be very precise and can predict in a futuristic way will decide your success. Having said that, what you also see is a lot of analytics professionals are great at solving a problem, but may not necessarily be great at storytelling. And a combination of storytelling and solving a problem is equally important. It is like go back to school and see if you can solve a math question and also write an essay. If you can do both, because in the school, the math professors or math teachers were not good in English and the English teachers were not good at math. You need to be good at both. If you can do that, it's the key for success.
Or if you can, solve a question, maths question and write an essay about it.
Yeah.
Typically, if you look at analytics world, the kind of skills that you would look at, right? One is some amount of functional understanding, maybe a very good finance professional or supply chain professional or operations or whichever. That's a key skill. Second is the technical skills part of it is analysis of what you need to understand what are the different tools like telling AI some of and like programs will do, but still you need something which we can define now, which we. But there is understanding of the business problem itself, all the processes. So it could be function wise, it could be industry wise. That knowledge is one thing which should be paramount because that's where you start unsnapping the problem which is there right in front of you. You being at the course that you need learning business analytics, mostly it would be for management guys. You are kind of person who has both the skills. So if I put up red skills which are on the technical side, I'm taking a quote from my advertise. There will be technical, there would be your functional skills. We combine both, you become a popular person, which is what we need of the RS, right? The technology part will be democratized more and more moving forward. What would be required is person who can understand the business problem, break it down, and look at solution which is being provided by the technology is fitting it or not. The algorithms, the technology, and this is what over very soon.
Pretty like on that note, like since it was about the job opportunities, what do you think like from that lens, like how hot this particular vertical is and
I think
when
it's very hot. So to answer it short, we recently staffed on a project for total enterprise reinvention. Again, fancy words. What that means is an entire organization to completely pivot from the current state, like I said, Google getting better at what Google does to chat GPT and therefore Google reinventing themselves. So that's what reinvention is for a business. And I'm just simplifying it. Now for that, one of the key skills that you need is organization-wide change skills. So change is huge as a hot selling skill today. So if these were skills I would tell you to focus on, that would be one. And the second one, change, when I say change, it's culture, transformation, driving the whole organization as one story. That's a skill. The second key skill is ability to drive insights. So insights and then telling the insights across the organization. So C-suite level, -1, -2, -3, -4 is the part of storytelling and an insight skill. That is a key skill for all of you to have. And when we go for interviews, we also look, so nobody's looking at your skill today and saying, okay, can you do analytics? Okay, you can do analytics. Yes, you're hired. We're looking for, do you have the ability to learn? Do you have the ability to understand a problem and then take it to the level of how can you articulate it for a client or for a customer or for a consumer or for an employee? That's a skill that we are looking for. And the third is, in general, your ability to adapt to technology. So today it is whatever it is. It will be Microsoft Copilot. It will also be many more that we don't know today. And your ability. So these three are the key areas. So when you go for an interview, do not go for, I have analytic, Those are great. Everybody has it. Go for, I have the innate ability to learn, to be able to tell a story, to be able to understand a business problem, to be able to change and to adapt to technology. That's what we're looking for. Every organization is. Net.
very well said, I think when it was part of perspective. I mean, dealing with ambiguity, like how whichever that ambiguity could be in any shape and form, and boxing it with the storytelling aspect will help you create what you need. And yes, honestly speaking, coming from product management domain, I think actually would definitely add to it. Analytics are bread and butter. Like being as PMs also, if we do not have numbers on our hands, CEO will be saying, "What are you doing, man? What are you doing?" So that's how analytics domain actually empowers the product management domain because we cannot have all the numbers on our heads on our fingertips. That's where this talent vertical helps us so much and drive all those business insights to help us take the right business decision. Yes, any further questions or? Okay, we are on time then, so no further questions, but thank you so much for the interactive audience, I would say. Sunday morning, now entering into an afternoon, you have been very supportive, very interactive with good questions. So thank you everyone out here, and I really thank all our esteemed panelists who have taken our time, one of the panelists to be with us and giving us a good amount of full of knowledge. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much for being a lovely audience. All the very best for your future. Enjoy your college life, make friends, network well, learn from your teachers, and ensure you have the best moments and memories from college. Thank you.
How did you come?
Yeah, she should get 500 requests today.
I don't think they're 500, but yeah.
They'll ask their friends also, no? So the networks also to net.
So bringing it to a close, we'd like to extend a vote of thanks on behalf of the IIFT fraternity to our esteemed panel members for affording us such an engaging and insightful discussion. The discussion went swimmingly and we learned about a lot of topics, ranging from and not limited to the importance of and ubiquity of prediction and data responsibility as and the role of data literacy in the digital economy and how it relates to business innovation, as explained by Mr. Rishi. And how not to use these ML tools as a flush and as I read somewhere the age of mediocrity instead of and also about importance of data security apparatus and the AI services as expounded upon by Mr. Saurabh and innovation in data security and the importance of using data as USP as explained by Mr. Akshay with a great example of fine-tuning based on different organizations. And moving forward, Ma'am's comments about human in the post-Gen AI world were also quite insightful. Now, we'd also like to thank Ms. Jasmine for lending us this conversation some direction and speaking our panelists to basically eke out better insights. Finally, on behalf of Systemics, we'd like to felicitate our guests with some mentors.
Ask everyone to come rather than in the year, where every card is tokenized before it so for every online transaction, every direct everyone can only take it.
Let's just happen in the NFC domain, they will be doing.
NFC came in. Is a lot of solutions where leveraging blockchain as well as the
I request guests to okay.
Will come here and then you can take the picture from. I know you wanted this background. Even the AI can make the background rather than take pictures from here. That's all. Or we can selfie. We can take a selfie. No, like you can. You can sit there. But try.
Everybody comes here, he comes.
They'll stand and
Yeah, everyone, 30 seconds, 29, 28, be here or there. 25, 24, 19.
Someone else is taking. Get it. Button later. We have joined many more.
But the quality, in terms of the design quality,
Being with the white space. I didn't notice. Because this is a. It's a future event. I just see one. Yes. I think that's so earlier, maybe a lot, but now.
Hello. So very good afternoon, Madam President, listening panelists, and my fellow candidates of the Bachelor of 2025. I'm privileged to welcome you all to the annual international business conference of IIFT, which stands for 3 days within its summit. Now, I welcome you all to the same event of the day, and that is the National and Entrepreneurship Summit of 2023, which is being organized by the industry cell and the entrepreneurship cell of the Institute of Foreign Trade. Now, to welcome the state panelists and to carry on with the proceedings of the event, I would request I will not on the today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow enthusiasts of the entrepreneurial odyssey. A grand event unfolds before us, a convergence of intellect, innovation, and impactful discussions. Welcome to the National Entrepreneurship Summit 2023, a marquee event under the vibrant banner of Trade Wins 2023, where we envision one world, one economy, one future. It's a celebration of collaboration and ideation, propelling India into a realm of entrepreneurial excellence. As we dive into the summit, we embrace the subject of entrepreneurship, the global bridge to progress. India, the third largest startup ecosystem globally, is transforming into a tech powerhouse with a focus on product innovation and a fertile ground for startup fostered by the Startup India initiative. We are on the brink of rewriting the entrepreneurial narrative. Today, we stand on the verge of not just embracing innovation, but adopting. Echoing our belief in a world intertwined for economic prosperity while preserving our planet. Now, without further ado, let's welcome the maestros of the entrepreneurial world who will illuminate this summit with their wisdom and insights. To kickstart this roller coaster ride with our first luminary, we would like to invite Dr. Karan Thakur to come up on stage and accept the welcome vote. Thank you, sir. May I kindly invite you to take a seat? Sir is an award-winning healthcare administrator and sustainability evangelist, the group lead of sustainability and ESG and vice president of public affairs at Apollo Hospitals Group. An IIFT fellow, Dr. Karan Thakur is on a mission to decipher the impact of climate change on healthcare and build resilience in healthcare institutions. With illustrious educational stints at Harvard and National University Delhi, he brings a wealth of knowledge and fervor for sustainable healthcare practices. Thank you, sir, for honoring the stage with your presence. Now I would like to invite you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us Mr. Samir Dutt. And sir would like to request you to come up on stage and accept the welcome. And I will invite you to take this. Now, we begin to pioneer in the field of digital forensics and cybercrime investigation, Mr. Samir Dutt. With a legacy of over 30 years of experience across the USA, UK, and India, Mr. Dutt is the founder and CEO of forensicsguru.com, a position he has held since 1999. An alum from the batch of 1991, Mr. Dutt is a distinguished figure in the realms of criminal justice and data analysis. Having notably authored Learning Network Forensics, he serves as the president of the Digital Investigators Association and extends his expertise as a visiting faculty at renowned institutions. As an angel investor for product startups in the cyber forensics and investigation field, Mr. Samir Dutt continues to shape the landscape of digital investigation. Thank you for honoring our stage today, sir.
Thank you.
Next, let's welcome the man with the Midas touch, Mr. Kachru. We are pleased to have you with us and would like to request you to come up on stage and welcome.
You're a popular man.
We are uniquely positioned for photo bombing.
You're a popular man. I was checking you out. You've got the forensics down pat.
Mr. Kachru is a multifaceted entrepreneur, an early stage technology investor, and a passionate advocate for the startup ecosystem. As the co-founder of Talking Threads and a managing partner at Superfuel Ventures, Mr. Gaurav's journey is a blend of entrepreneurship and early stage technology investment. Having created or funded over 2,500 jobs, his brainchild Talking Threads celebrates culture and craftsmanship in fashion, making high quality bridal photos accessible to every discerning bridal groom. Thank you for honoring the stage. Now allow me to welcome our moderator for this evening, the B2B trailblazer and tech innovator from the illustrious batch of 2013 at IIFT, the one and only Mr. Aditya Ghosh. Thank you, sir. The wizard behind Love Store and Accounting, a maverick entrepreneur, he has not one but two successful bootstrap ventures under his belt, creating waves in the industry. Love Store, a pioneering omnichannel B2B services partner, and AccountMe, India's largest B2B payout settlement provider, stands as a testament to his prowess in the entrepreneurial realm. When he's not conquering the business world, he's a devoted pet parent and an avid travel aficionado, seeking new horizons. Thank you for gracing this event. Now, may I please invite the industry cell to add to our distinguished list of panelists.
Thank you. I will give more to our industry this afternoon. Let's welcome our next speaker, Mr. Kuldeep Pareva. Sir, I request you to join us on stage and accept the welcome.
Have a same gun, actually, heavier than your $9.
What we do, right?
He is a co-founder and CEO of Aviation, ex-Goldman Sachs, and proud alumnus of IIT Guwahati. We also have the co-founder of Aviation with us today, Ms. Ayushi Deva. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Padeva is on a mission to redefine food with aviation, focusing on natural food products and empowering local farmers. Aviation has been funded by Aman Gupta, co-founder of both, Beer Founders and Titan Capital. So its passion for quality food and dedication to create jobs in villages makes him a true force for positive change. Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence today.
Now, we have a special announcement. We take immense pride in launching Storybringer, the annual magazine conceptualized and designed by ESET of IIFT. We would like to unveil and launch our magazine on this occasion. Now, we would like to invite analysts to come forward and launch the magazine. Have a picture together.
So, before, hold on, you have to wait for the camera to come there. Okay, camera there. Thank you so much.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
This magazine is a reader blog of entrepreneurial journey from the IIFT spec of Karnataka and reads diverse articles on topics pertinent to entrepreneurial spirit, from techniques of cyber changing and making bootstrap versus venture capitalism and sustainable startups to navigate the maze of international markets.
Thank you. On behalf of the industry side of IIT Delhi, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Innovative Development Day, the annual magazine crafted by the industry side. We would like to launch a magazine on this occasion through our esteemed band. I would also like to invite all the self-coordinators of industry side to join me on the stage. The industry side is the most novel side and can cause students to provide them with essential knowledge and exposure to activities such as quiz competitions, quizzes, magazine publications, and engagement on social media platforms. This magazine uses the theme of Industry 5.0, celebrates automation, sustainability, and human intervention in a way it is unprecedented.
Thank you. Inner quest. Well done, guys. Congratulations.
Now that we are ready to set sail into the sea of ideas, and to guiding us through this, we have none other than Master himself, Mr. Aditya Goel. With the immense gratitude, sir, we hand over the stage over to you. Take the summit forward and orchestrate this symphony of innovation. Thank you, sir.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's Michael working. Today is the last day. The last day was the best session. I told you of a good 30, 40 minutes, 50 minutes of intellectual discussion. Listen to what the panelists are saying. They're fantastic people. I've been spending the last half an hour with them. Already learned a lot in those conversations. Definitely answered some good questions. And we'll be finishing by 3:50. That's my promise. If anybody needs a loop today, you can time for 3:50. Okay, cool. So we have a very interesting mix of panelists today. So of course I'm here all the time. You saw me in your induction. This is first year. ये first एक साथ ही ऐसा होता है यार 3 दिन बिठा दो लेकिन फिर क्या तुम्हारा गायब हो जाता Okay, so, me and Sabir sir are bootstrap entrepreneurs, of course, 30 years and 10 years of experience. And, we have Kuldeep, who's done now 3 years, unleashing fantastic brand he's built, with, of course, some good investors behind it. And we have somebody who's invested in startups, I think, over the last 10 years after making successful exit. And then we have somebody who leads a very, very large ESG responsibility. So I think it's going to be a very interesting mix of discussion. So how we do this is, let's go to each of the panelists, let's hear a little bit about their story. And then we'll open the panel for discussion about few topics and then move to questions. Yes? All right. So questions at the end is my only request to the audience. I think, yeah, we will start the way we're sitting. Or youngest first, I think, yeah. So I think let's start with Kuldeep. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot, sir, for the introduction, and thanks a lot to the entire team, the college, for inviting us. So, I'm also like you guys, I've been like in terms of age, like if I have to tell my background, so I did my bachelor's from IIT Guwahati in 2018. I did my bachelor's in computer science, and then I joined Goldman Sachs. I worked there as an investment banker for 2 years. But just to give a bit of my personal background, so I actually come from family of farmers. So my entire family is into farming from many generations, but sadly they were not able to get good money out of farming as a profession, which actually pinched me that I should really work on it and solve for it. So I met my co-founders, Ayushi, who happens to sit here only, and one more person, Akhil. So all three of us were batchmates from IIT Guwahati, and then all three of us joined Goldman. So we always have this thing that we really wanted to help these farmers. So just like you guys, like while I was in my fourth year in 2018, I started doing a lot of research experiments that how we can help these people. And since we were from computer science background, so we were trying to solve these by the help of either AI or ML or artificial intelligence, help these farmers. And we can only realize that that is not the right problem to solve. If somehow we are able to give them right price for the produce these people are growing, maybe we can help them. So we did a lot of research and we eventually ended up concluding on to two conclusions. One was that these farmers are not able to add value to their produce. So whatever they grow, they just go and sell it into the nearest mandi. But अगर वो उसमें कुछ value addition कर देंगे, जैसे अगर टमाटर उगाते हैं उसका ketchup बना देंगे, तो maybe उसमें ज़्यादा margins ले सकते हैं. So it was not a very innovative idea, very basic thing only, but that was one insight that we can help these farmers to add some value to the produce they are doing. And second was the supply chain is actually quite big. So we living here might be paying, let's say 40-50 rupees for a commodity which we are buying here. A farmer would be hardly getting 4-5 rupees for the same. So we realize that the supply chain is quite long and quite skewed, where the margins are not actually going to the grower who is the right haddar of that. So based on these two things, we formed this idea Innovation, where we decided to open decentralized processing units in villages so that we can process the food at farm level and then we can sell it under our brand name. And it was more like a personal story because mere chacha bhi, like he was a driver in Delhi and my village is actually 250 kilometers from here. So these people used to travel for 8-9 hours daily over here to earn just 10-15,000 rupees. And we thought that if somehow we can create jobs at village level only, maybe we can help that. So initially we didn't have any idea, we didn't know anything. We just started working on it. And I think while we were in that journey, we were able to figure out a lot of things. And today, I think here we are. And just to give our current stats, so I think today we are working with more than 5,500 farmers across 9 states in India. And we have created direct employment of more than 300-350 people in proper rural villages where these people were not expecting anything before. So on that front, I think we have just started to do, but yeah, long way to go from here.
Fabulous. Round of applause for you. People love to know. So I was going to everybody's LinkedIn as my job as a moderator. Gaurav's LinkedIn was the most illustrious and had the most number of positions. I said, इनको जरूर पूछूंगा सर आप please मेरे को समझाओ पूछना क्या है.
It just means I'm the oldest.
No, you're not. Samir sir is actually Samir sir is an album from 1989,
1991. I heard that. Yeah, I'm not far off.
Yeah. No. Why don't you tell them about the story, please?
So, so entrepreneurship was not so big. I hope this is working. This is working, right? So entrepreneurship was not so big when I started out. Entrepreneurship, I started out in the 90s. Okay, so it really wasn't so big at that point in time. So I joined GE and 10 years I was with them. I joined them as an analyst. I left them as a director for West Asia for one of their businesses. In the bargain, I learned a lot. I learned everything I had to learn from them. Went on to a company called Manpower as Asia Pacific director, ran 21 countries for them. And then I just I was just 31, 32 then. I was lucky. God was kind. I was lucky. And then it just got too much. Let's just put it like this. I was out of place, right? I was just out of place, and I wanted to do something different, and I wanted to balance life, which I thought I was balancing when I became an entrepreneur. Later, I got to know that's not terribly true. But I wanted to rebalance my life. I was traveling most of the time. I was missing my son's. Literally, his first year, I practically missed. And I wanted to do something where I could add back some value. And I said that if I can create so much value for corporates, why can't I do it for myself? And we were always huge fans of the net and what it can do. And so in 2009, we decided to launch a business in the fashion space along the lines of Guild Group, which was fundamentally around deep discounting. We thought the Indian customer loves discounts. And now the volume around the internet has become adequate, right? Let's just say 30 million people are accessing the net, which is nothing, right? But nonetheless, it was really big at that point in time. And we said, this is the right point to transition into something like this. And we launched a business called Fashion and You, and we launched a second business later for things in it. And did that for a few years. We raised about $85 million for one business and about 50 million for the other. And then we sold those in 2012-13. And then we were entrepreneurs without a business and without but with a lot of money, but with some money, right? So we started a small fund and we invested that money in businesses like Shiprocket, businesses like Reposo, businesses like DataWeave, businesses like One Day or So here, right? Bunch of others, right? And God was kind, did very well again. Then I went and joined the India Today group when we had no more money to invest. And I went and joined the India Today group as the CEO of the digital businesses. Did that for a while and then bundled their businesses up and sold it to Z. So everything you see as Easy Mall and Easy this and Easy that, all of that is businesses that came from India Today, which I actually sold to them. And then we went back into the fashion space. My wife is my partner in most of my entrepreneurial journey. And she was very keen to stay with the fashion space. And she had invested in Talking Threads as an experiment, right? And Talking Threads was a trade-first brand, right? And we turned that into artisanal brand. And we said that e-commerce per se is struggling with price points, right? So even with Fashion and You, when we were doing relatively premium e-commerce, our price points were 1,500 to 1,800. The average selling price point was 1,500 to 1,800. And we lost money basically on shipping and customer acquisition. So we said, what if we build a business which is so premium that you recover that money upfront and packaging and shipping is not significant. So we decided to move towards occasion wear and so on and so forth. And then we moved into bridal. And that's where we are. So we're building a business. Bridal is a really big market, 65 billion a year, right? The wedding industry in India alone is close to 60 billion a year. Yeah. Add to that what the NRIs bring to the table, you're talking of anything between 60 and 80 billion a year, right? And out of this, fashion is almost 15 billion, 17 billion a year, largely unorganized and pretty much no international competition, right? So it's and probably one of the most resilient industries because all of you are going to get married at some point in time, right? So it's very resilient. So that's the reason we're doing something in that space. We think that it needs a little more democratization. Through all our investments, we've always had this belief that if we can build or consolidate markets which are completely fractured, we can create disproportionate value, right? So we want to mean what a Zara means to you in your casual wear. We want to mean that to you in your bridal wear. We don't want to be a Valentino or so we don't want to try and be, let's just say an Armani, right? We want to be Zara of bridal, right? As simple as that. We don't want to be Manuel, which is pretty much, which is, let's just say, in retail terms, it's Vishal Megamart. Right? We don't want to be there either, right? But so that's what we're building. And what we forgot to mention is while we've been an entrepreneur who's raised money, an investor who's invested money, and now a bootstrapped entrepreneur.
Okay.
So that's really
Can you manage to know who to reach out to? He's writing also jungle for Ambavata. If anyone's familiar. Great, no, thank you so much. Great to have you here. We good to meet with, so, I think the only other alumni on the panel today, 1991 batch, from this campus, but only this building then is what I assume, right? Okay, great. Also would love to know a little bit about you and your business.
Hi, IIFT. It's great to be here. It's like coming home. In fact, I was one of the first, the early batches who joined IIFT. And I was from the 1-year batch. In those days, there was the PGDIT batch, and you could do it if you had WorkX. And quite honestly, I mean, I don't want to say it very loudly, but I'm an accidental IIFTian. Let's put it this way. I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. And, even when I was in school, I wanted to be an entrepreneur, and being an entrepreneur was a 4-letter word in those days, what they would say is like,
Naukri nahi milegi.
So I come from a service background. My dad was in the army, and there was no way, they were going to let me be an entrepreneur. And I knew that, and they were very unequivocal about it. My parents said, get a job, get settled. So anyway, so I got campus placed. I got a job with Tata Motors, but throughout that, I still wanted to be an entrepreneur, So I said, now what do I do? So I said, okay, I was in the Tata Motors that, by the way, I'm a mechanical engineer. And, Tata Motors had this heavy Hitachi division. And in Delhi, there was this, in Faridabad, there was this place called JCB. You must have heard of those backhoe things. They were really hungry for guys from Tata Motors. And I said, boss, this is my opportunity to move back, I'll have a roof over my head. My parents will pay for my food bills, and I'm going to start a company, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. That was my dream, and I applied for a job to JCB. And it was, owned by the Escorts Group in those days. Interestingly, the head of HR of all the Escorts Group was an uncle of mine. So I called him up, and typical, jugaad lagaing style. I said, uncle, मैं apply कर रहा हूँ, मुझे यार job कर देना. And he comes around and he says, son, I'm sorry, but you're very well placed. Why do you want to join, Escorts Group? Tata is much better. I said, no, that's not my logic. I want to come home because I want to be an entrepreneur. So I want to, get home, live at home, live under my dad's roof, eat his food, and do something. And the guy said, no, I can see your application. It's right here in front of me and I'm tearing it up. I said, God, these guys are desperate for engineers from Tata Motors. And, he's doing me a favor by, torpedoing my dream. Anyway, it happened. He tore it up. I didn't have a job and I couldn't come. And my dad, he says, son, you're well settled. It's everybody's dream job and all that. In those days it was, So I said, boss, what do I do? So I said, okay, what are the MBA colleges in Delhi? So there were two. There was FMS and there was IIFT. And then I started to study. I said, look, I've got to come to this thing. Dad is going to accept me coming home. So that way, I took both the exams. I was fortunate to get through both. IIFT offered me 1 year. Those guys said, we'll give you a 2-year course. So I joined IIFT. So that is the accident. But it was a fantastic year. And I had a great time, made some very good friends. We're still connected. And, I joined here. I got an opportunity to go to the UK. And that was a game changer for me because the company I joined was a very entrepreneurial firm. And it was headed by an Indian who was a great entrepreneur himself. And, we bought a company in the UK, which was involved in mountain bicycles. It was with the receivers. We turned it around. We got it up and running. And then we sold the company. So that was, a fantastic experience. And it further ignited my entrepreneurial desire. बहुत मतलब drive था. So मैंने कहा, okay, so then in 1993, there was a revolution happening in India where, people were beginning to see that there was a price arbitrage available when it came to labor. In India, labor was cheaper. So I said, let me come back to India, we'll start a BPO. 93, I came back to India, we started a BPO. We had one customer. And in fact, we did pretty well for 1 year. And then the customer says that we need more, productivity. And I said, yeah, productivity, kahan se layenge? Whatever money I earned in the UK, whatever money I had, I put into that BPO. The banks, they didn't want to know us. They said, yeah, kar kya rahe ho? We don't understand it. No venture capitalists running around, take money kind of stuff. Guys like him were sort of non-existent. And they said that bank said, what are you doing? What do you have? Said, we've got these computers. So what, you can buy them. What's your collateral here? I said, I don't have any collateral. Yeah. Whatever money I had, I've invested in this. I said, no, we can't fund it. So we needed to scale up and we couldn't. So the company that was in the US, they needed huge capacity and we could provide it. So they said, look, guys, we need to be able to, double, triple, maybe 5x the, productivity you guys are doing. So we said, you fund us. So those guys looked at us, said, we could do that. So I said, okay. So they said, we need to have a board meeting. So fine. So they went and had a board meeting and they came back and they said, look, guys, if we have to invest in you to get this going, why don't we start our own facilities here in India? And that is exactly what they did. And that was the first lesson of entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship 101. Don't depend on a single customer. We crashed, we burnt, we failed. In 1999, we started another company. And that was this company that we have now. It's called Foundation Futuristic Technologies. By the grace of God and a lot of hard work, it has become pretty successful. Essentially, we are a B2G company. Again, thoda sa hatke. We sell to the government. We build solutions for a safer planet. Our products are used by police forces, intelligence agencies, and others to recover kidnapped children, to catch terrorists, to serve the nation, to help recover stolen money. It makes us feel good. And also, it's something that we're doing, which is a good business as well. So that's it broadly. We can discuss more as we go along.
Yeah. Okay. I think, I would love to, of course, you tell them a little bit about you, but also because ESG is something, it's a big topic on campus as well, and you were the best person to talk about that. I think apart from yourself, also please tell them a little bit about what exactly is ESG and how companies are looking at it.
Sure. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, IIFT. I'm neither an alumni or not an entrepreneur, so I'm a bit of a misfit. How I see myself is as an intrapreneur, and I think that's one idea that I like to leave you all with, is that it's possible to be in firms, in large corporations, in a sector that you like, and also have the ability to be an entrepreneur from within, and there is a time trial of us. I'm a doctor by training and a healthcare administrator. My master's was in healthcare management, and I was in the job of running hospitals for 15 years. I ran the Apollo Hospital here in Delhi and was the CEO of Apollo Hospitals Ahmedabad, and life was going well. And the climate crisis, sustainability, net zero, net whatever, was never in my lexicon or even my imagination, because if you're working in healthcare, you're supposedly doing well for society and for people. So that is the only approach you took. And then it was about, I think, 4 years back, just before COVID, Delhi's air had become Delhi's air in October, November. And we were all coughing and, choking on this wonderful air that we get very soon. And my daughter came up to me and she said, Dad, the schools have shut and, we've got a week off, and why don't we go to Goa? And, you talk about light bulb moments in life. That was a light bulb moment, because there was an innocuous statement in there. Chutti, let's go to Goa. And it's nicer at this time of the year. But I said, this is children now normalizing air pollution. This children normalizing climate change. For them, it has become something which is now so routine
that for them, it is an occasion to probably go out where the air is slightly less. And we as parents, as doctors, as human beings, cannot let this normalization happen. And then I looked around within healthcare, within vociferous groups where, doctors are discussing everything threadbare. Nobody was talking about climate change, the impact of climate change on human health and the impact we have on the climate. And I said, this is what I want to do. And that's when I got into it. And that's when you're lucky to be in organizations which are progressive enough to say, you know what, run with this. Let's see where we can take this. Let's see what you can do with this journey of sustainability, net zero, and so on and so forth. And that's what I do today. I want to decarbonize healthcare. I want to lessen the impact of climate change on human health. Because climate change is a human crisis. It's a health crisis. Before anything else, forget economy, forget migration, forget everything else. It's a human crisis. It's a health crisis. And my job is to devote my professional and personal energies towards lessening that as much as possible. Now, I'll just give you, before I come to ESG on sustainability, I don't know how many of you have heard of Sustainability Development Goals. These are SDGs, 17 SDGs which are set out there for the world. We are halfway through them. By 2030. We were supposed to achieve no hunger, gender equality, access to healthcare, access to clean drinking water, and so on and so forth. And the statistics today are alarming. We are halfway through. 2030 is not very far. And if we were to look at, say, malaria eradication, the pace that we are today at, forget 2030, estimates are that we will be able to do that by 2065. There are some things which we will never ever achieve. And as you start your journey of entrepreneurship, of thinking of solutions, yes, there is profit, yes, there is exits, yes, there are valuations. But don't forget the biggest valuation that we have is how we can make this world a better place, because we are only custodians. We are going to be giving this to the next generation, and you all must start thinking about business solutions that you offer, how they can align with improving human health and looking at those sustainable development goals. And for that, we can't leapfrog. How far can a frog be? We need to pole vault, because some of those solutions, and we've done that over the past, those solutions are with us and we must look at them. And 2030 is not far, so let's look at 2047 when India becomes 100 years old as a republic. And then what we call world class today, I've created a world class product or service. People should say it's India class, and it's possible. And I think with the energies that we have in this room, the experience that we have, we can make that possible. Now, how do we operationalize it? And that's where ESG comes into the fore. And ESG is nothing but just looking at how a business is run, how people within that organization are treated and how productive they are with the support that they get from their employers, and how well are these companies governed. That's your ESG. And climate action has now become center of that ESG framework, where every company, you make a shoe, you still have a climate impact. You treat patients, you still have a climate impact, and so on and so forth. And that's why it has to become central in what we do, because this planet is being depleted at a faster rate than us regenerating it. So that's ESG in a nutshell, and it has a whole load of jargon, but it is about doing well as a company so that your impact is either neutralized or you can have a positive impact on the planet.
Thank you. I think 1 minute would be with myself and my assistant. I've been on campus. I am the usual suspect, especially with anyone. I am the moderator. I've been doing this for the last 5 years. But my story is become better every year after every weekend. So I am from IIFT 2013. I did position and Google as summer training, management training, ASM. Then I joined Reputation Leaders. Like some leader, parents can help, parents I was saving a lot of money, and then I was fired unfortunately. We planned a business and I was very happy with normally don't money are very notorious for business mostly, but I was pretty much of a service class family, so got fired from my job and then started out from a co-working in Oakland and then built a business. Because in my interviews I always spoke about I want to create 100 jobs. I employ 6,900 people as of today only full time. A lot of good friends and great network from IIFT, of course, helped me in the business. Coming back to our discussion, so I think we can start with the topic that we were given by the organizers. So they spoke a little bit about, everybody knows about startup funding builder fund house, which The story is fairly simple that, during, Ambition, I think is a great example that, they started off in Jan 2020 is what they were telling me. And then March 20 COVID hit, but because they were an e-com first brand team sort of took off, they raised a lot of capital. And 2 months back, you closed your three series A only, third round, three series A, right? Okay. So the idea is that, the way funding has gone in the last 3 to 5 years has changed the scenario of the way companies are being run. Of course, how many people here are looking at entrepreneurship as a career choice, like on a serious level? Yeah, not surprised, right? So I've been coming to this campus, this stage for the last 6 years now, and have gone up every year. Of course, Shark Tank is held. Because season really are. So, right, and I get it, but what I want to ask the panelists today, as we starting, from Kuldeep, is that, how have you sort of navigated the funding into the last 2.5, 3 years, assuming that being a consumer brand requires considerable capital to keep sort of running and sort of funneling the engine in a certain way.
So I think in the last 3 years, we have learned a lot of things. First of all, funding is not the only way to succeed. Great examples are already sitting here. And sir is also not doing bootstrap. So I think funding is just capital is just an enabler to your business to maybe accelerate the growth. But your fundamentals and PNL should always be fundamentally correct. So that's what we have learned in last 6-7 months, that irrespective of whatever happens with the business, fundamental PNL, whether you are the basic unit economics, whether you're making money on a every unit level or not, that makes a lot of sense, and that's what everyone should care about. I strongly believe that always good founders, like a good founder will never face a problem in raising a fund.
Yeah.
So a good company or whoever fundamentals are great, I don't think so. Like we started our company in June 2020, like January we did the registration and June was the first time. And I remember like when we started, like we were trying to raise capital, we were not doing any revenue, just based on idea and our mission, vision, whatever it was. Like we were trying to raise capital and no one was ready to give us money at that point of time.
Sure.
And then we all decided that let's just forget these investors and let's just focus on business. So we had some savings from our Goldman days and we took some from our parents and we just started doing the business. The moment we hit 30 lakh rupees a month, I remember our inbox was full with lot of investors, like even big investors, like very big names, like which are like the top people. They also started reaching out and they were very keen in putting money.
Yeah.
And that's how our last round also happened, when we had to say no to capital because we didn't thought that we require that capital.
So what you're basically saying is that fundamentally the business has to be strong, and you're saying that the challenge, whether it be a winter or not, it will not be a challenge for, let's say, the right business, the right entrepreneur, depending on where.
Yeah.
But has your sort of approach, of course, first time entrepreneur in 3 years, you would have matured 30 years minimum in the last 3 years is what I assume, right? But has sort of your approach changed to how you've been approaching capital now?
Not really, actually. From day one also, we realized that in our first round also, if I have to tell, so we have raised close to around $5.5 million over 4 rounds in last 3 years.
Right.
So in the first round only, we realized that if the business is perfect, if the idea is making sense, if you know the journey, let's say today you are standing at, let's say, any X number and you know the journey from X to 10X very clearly.
Yeah.
And if you're able to translate that, communicate that well with the investor, you will always find an investor.
Sure. Thank you so much. I want to ask you specifically, $85 million in 2011. कितने लोगों ने मैथ किया करोड़ से मल्टीप्लाई करके 8 करोड़ से? मैंने तो किया हुआ 1000 करोड़ हो गया मोटा 135 million across 2 companies, right? And you've seen the journey, right? You built a company, raised capital, sold off the company, did professional, I think, for some time, then went back, right? Last 10 years, and I think only one on the panel today, who has sort of been through that experience, right? How have you changed as an entrepreneur in terms of how you approach business, approach financials, and all of that, right? And how do you think capital has changed in the last 10 or so?
So first thing I'd like to say is that when we talk about the funding winter, it's also because there was this entire funding spring.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in that funding spring, every Tom, Dick, and Harry got funded.
Yeah.
Right. And what's happened is there's a glut. Everybody has decided, so if you see the number of, let's just say, incubators, angel networks, angel investors, who are funding ideas which are fundamentally not scalable.
Correct. Yeah.
Right? Because that's the idea that they understand. Right. So it's because everyone's a wise man, but if they've made the money to invest, they must be wise in some areas.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they necessarily understand that space.
Yeah.
So the funding winter is true. But the funds that have already been raised, there's almost $6.5 billion pointing towards India, which are undeployed.
Correct. So the dry powder is sitting.
Yeah, the dry powder is sitting there.
Yeah.
Right. So when you talk of funding winter, a large amount of the funding winter conversation is because of the bad funding summer that happened.
Correct.
Right. The spring and summer where idiots got what you call funded.
Yeah.
Right. You plant anything in that season, na? थोड़ा बहुत तो बढ़ ही जाएगा.
Yeah. थोड़ा सा EIM डाल दो ऊपर तो हो
ठीक है ना,
जाएगा.
तुम बस सोएगी. So now because of that, now they're all crying wolf. Oh, तबाही आ चुकी है, तबाही आ चुकी है. But I'd like to, on a more serious note, I'd like to make a point which this young lad Kuldeep just made very smartly, right? Or made without realizing that he's made. The first round of money will always be through your savings and through friends and family. If you don't have skin in the game, right, there is no investor who's going to come and say, here's the skin, you don't need to have it. Right? So what they inadvertently ended up doing and what they inadvertently were trying to achieve before that, right? They have learned through the lesson of knocks by going around and Whitaker learning that lesson. So the first thing you need to have as an entrepreneur, as you step out on that journey, is skin in the game. Anybody who needs to know, if I'm putting money in Kuldeep's business, I need to know if my money goes for a toss, his money should also go for a toss. Then we're both pointed in the same direction. There's an incentive for him to make sure my money and his money both is same. If it's only my money, tomorrow Kuldeep will say, "Acha yaar, ye to nahi chal raha, main naukri lene ja raha hu."
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Right, and that's that. But when Kuldeep has put in his own money, his parents' money, some friends and family money, there is social pressure and there is financial pressure for him to succeed. And that's a huge positive for us as investors. I say us, but sometimes us, sometimes on the other side.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, it's a huge point to be understood for all you youngsters as you start businesses, right? That you need to have skin in the game. I think the second thing which he said, again, inadvertently, but I think I completely agree and endorse, is that you have to have sensible models. Scale should act as a benefit, right? It should not be, right, that your business will only succeed at scale.
Correct. Yeah.
Right? Your unit economics have to work. That principle cannot be compromised. Right? If the unit economics don't exist, the business is non-existential. Right? It cannot be sustained without outside support. Right? If you can't walk on your own, right? Nobody's going to pay for you to sprint, man. It's as simple as that. First thing, you have to be able to stand. Then someone say, "Ha, beta, main teri training mein paise lagaunga. I'll turn you into a world-class athlete." Right? But you've got to be able to clock some distance on your own.
But
right?
one very specific question to you. Like, I'm assuming this is not the first funding winter you would have seen, right? So you've done the 10 years, 13 years cycle, right? And which is what I'm specific. Of course, please finish your point before answering this question, right? That do you see a major difference in the way VCs invest or write checks now, let's say in the last 10 odd years, you now being one investor yourself? And what could be, let's say, the fundamental things that even the audience here should keep in mind while looking at that?
So I think okay, so 15 years ago, right, there were very few players in the market.
Yeah.
There were practically no Indian funds, right? Though a team to Indian fund, right, who were investing in the tech space. There were people who were investing in the BPO space. There were people who were investing in the software space. Nobody was investing in the actual consumer tech space, right? So in reality, there were so funding has become it's become democratized.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's just say at that point in time, getting funding was incredibly difficult. Today, you have, I'd almost go to the other extreme and say the color of money has become standardized, right? There are VCs by the dozen investing in this space, right? At last count, I think there were 70 plus VCs who made investments in consumer tech last year, right? Now, that's a far cry from having 10 players across all stages.
Yeah.
Right. And this doesn't take into account the number of angels and the number of networks and the number of incubators.
Yeah.
Right. So I think it's a phenomenally good time to start up. That's not an issue. Right. I think the important part that I constantly feel is that while it's a great time to start up, just remember there's a lot of other people starting up as well. And you're trying to revolutionize an industry. You have to know the industry to revolutionize it.
Yeah.
right? You have to know what the economics are for all the players who you're going to displace, what their likely actions are going to be to prevent that displacement, and how you're likely going to have some sort of advantage to continue. Who's going to fund your advantage? Is it the consumer? Is it the tech? Is it something else?
Yeah.
Right? So I think we need to have a little more maturity going into startups today. If you guys want to succeed, I'm not saying wait till you become 50, but I do think you need to wait to get enough understanding of the sector you're revolutionizing.
Yeah.
If you come from a second generation, third generation, fourth generation, from a family business where you've grown up understanding let's just say understanding a space, it's a completely different perspective. Please be aggressive about getting in and revolutionizing that space, right? But if not, right, please make sure you understand the economics, the players, the stakeholders, and the value chain before you jump in to try to change something, right? But those are my 2 cents.
Sure. No,
right? We'll come back to it. Let's let the other panelists contribute.
Yeah. My question to Samir sir will be very specific, sir. So 30 years now running, Guru, right? And B2G. And B2G is a space where intrigued me a lot. As I told you when we were sitting outside, मेरा धंधा चला नहीं पहले 1-2 साल ऐप पर मैंने बना लिया था कि लड़का जाएगा तो ऐप ट्रैक करेगा तो हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट का एक आरएफपी निकला कि बॉस ये कर्मचारी को ट्रैक करना सफाई कर्मचारी वी वेंट देयर किसी ने हमें बोला कि 1 साल में पेमेंट आता है एंड ये तो the guy will not sign your final file no matter what happens and all of that, right? So how has this 30-year B2G business sort of been, and what is the reason to remain bootstrapped? That these 2 questions I would love to, of course, for you to answer. Yeah.
Okay, so and before I get to that,
Sure.
could I just sort of add to what Gaurav said?
Please.
Guys, if you're planning to be an entrepreneur, just to get money from the market, change your mind. Because the market's not going to give you money just because you want money, just because you need money. You're going to have to prove that you have a viable idea, which is going to make the person who's investing money make some money. ठीक है? So ये मत सोच के चलो यार कि मैं entrepreneur इसलिए बन रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैंने सुना है लोगों को बहुत पैसा मिलता है. People become rich overnight. For every guy who becomes rich overnight with huge sums of money, there are hundreds that fail.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Probably thousands, yeah. In fact, you've all heard of Robert Kiyosaki, right? So this is a rich dad, poor dad guy. And this guy said that, only 1 business out of 10 succeeds. Perhaps that's your statistic. But if you want to make your business succeed, the key thing to keep in mind is that you must be willing to start 10 businesses. Because only 1 succeeds out of 10. So if you start 10, then you're sure of 100% rate of success. So perseverance, keep that in mind. You've got to be a pain in the butt, but you got to keep at it. That's what's important. Sorry, yes, now coming back.
Yes, so 2 questions, I'll repeat them. So one is, I would love to know a little bit more about your B2B journey and, how the business progress. Secondly, because you remain bootstrapped in these 30 years, it is a choice at a certain level is what I also understand, right? You would have, every business needs capital. You would have figured it out from some way or the other that, this capital is required. You're now listed in the US, of course, that requires a certain level of investment and all of that, right? So these 2 parts, whichever you want to answer first, please go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, B2G. Yeah, B2G is actually a totally different animal. And a lot of investors don't understand it. A lot of them don't really want to touch it with a barge pole because there are a lot of intricacies involved. But it's quite a profitable business. Now the key thing here is that there is you've got to build. At least in the space that we are in, services is a different ballgame. But if you are in the product space, which we are, you have to build substantial value to be able to justify sustainable sales. Like, we have one client who has deployed our solution in 122 locations throughout the country. Now, and they are using it to save lives, to catch bad guys. So there's a lot of things on the line, so it's that there are a lot of, thoughts that if you put some substandard product into the government, it will sell and it will do and it chal jayega. In some cases, yes. But in a lot of cases, it's not going to happen. And lately the awareness has increased a lot. The government also wants to, showcase their successes. The government also wants to be seen as doing good things. They also want great press. They also want the public to appreciate, look, we've done this, we've done that. In fact, if you read newspapers, every day there's some sort of a news कि भाई ये साइबर क्राइम को ऐसे रोका, इसको ऐसे पकड़ा, हमने 1930 शुरू कर दिया, हमने cybercrime.org वो कर दिया. Every minister who has something to do with this or not even anything to do with this will talk about it. So what is happening is that the awareness level has increased, and accordingly, the market has increased. So when it comes to funding, when the market grows, you need funds to grow.
Yeah.
Now, there are two things here. You can either get the funds from friends, family, fools, or you can get it from somebody who puts in money.
Yeah.
So the people who put in money is basically either investors or banks. So banking or funding institutions, so to speak. So if you want to dilute equity, you get in investors. If you don't want to dilute equity, you get in these kind of things. So our route has been, we go to our banks see our track record, they love us, they really love us. In fact, we were transferring some money abroad for some stuff we were buying, and वो delay हो गया. तो हमने बैंक को एक स्टिकर लिख दिया कि यार ये क्या है यार, ये मतलब हफ्ता हो गया तुम पैसे नहीं भेज रहे हो यार. The bank chief manager came running to our office, public sector bank, not private. The guy came and he said in my office, sir, मैं आपके यहाँ आया हूँ और मैं नहीं जाऊँगा जब तक आपकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होगी. मैंने कहा यार आप अपने ऑफिस में तो सॉल्व नहीं कर पा रहे हो, आप यहाँ क्यों कर रहे हो? But things have changed a lot. So that way, touch wood, we don't have a funding problem. Even without collateral, they're willing to help us. They work at innovative ways to fund us. And then when you guys are starting out, the CGT MSC is there. There's 5 crore they can give you at I think 9.5% or whatever. Yeah. Lots of stuff.
Sure, thank you. So Kevin, sir, very specific questions to you. I think two sides, because you represent a largest in the sector. Apollo has 1,000 pharmacies. Apollo has the biggest hospital in the country, right? And what you were discussing backstage, I found it very interesting that the intent to work with startups, especially from ESG perspective, seems to be high, which was a little bit of surprise to me as well, right? So would want to know that why is that so? Like, are there success stories with startups that you are looking at? Right? And that's one question. And second, of course, would want to know that from an ESG perspective, at what stage would you recommend entrepreneurs to start looking at ESG? Because first initial years, they just head down into business. But at what stage would you recommend people to look at that?
Absolutely. To Gaurav's point, I think that's very important. When he said that you need to understand an industry very well. You could be sort of mile wide, inch deep, reach out to maximum number of consumers, and that has a market and marketplace for its, to do that. But I think equally important is to be inch wide and, sort of mile deep. Where if you take healthcare, for example, and like to your point, why would we be looking at sustainability? Well, because 5% of global emissions come from the health sector. If we were a country, we would be the 5th largest polluter. And we are looking for alternatives, product alternatives, alternatives to consumables that we use, how we source our energy. And these will not come from traditional utility providers or from, the big GEs of the world. Frankly, it will not. We are seeing the maximum energy coming from young entrepreneurs, people who understand the sector, sometimes doctors, but not necessarily. So most of the solutions are coming from engineers and people from different backgrounds who can sort of take learnings from one sector and then see how it can be used in healthcare. But fundamental for me is that whatever solution I offer cannot sort of impinge on patient outcomes and quality of services. That is sacrosanct for me. So your solution, yeah, exactly. Like I'm experimenting with your needles and your medicines. I mean, you won't like that.
Yeah.
So it has to come with that rigor. But ultimately, you have to understand the sector well, and why we are working with the, with entrepreneurs, with startups, is for that reason, that they can demolish some sort of preconceived notions that we have in healthcare. Oh, ye nahi kar sakte, wo nahi kar sakte. To say, well, if it can happen in NASA and in space exploration, why can't it happen in health tech?
Sure.
So that's one, because we are traditional, we are conservative as a sector. And second is that, some of the solutions we need to learn from other sectors as well, whether it is green tech, whether it is agri-tech, whether it is, solutions that we need mass availability of tech, which can have a health component. And that's the reason why we're working with people. To share some examples, currently we are sourcing 20% of our energy from renewables. So all our operations are actually greening now. You want to take that up to 30% by 2025. This is an ESG commitment that we have. And it's not just a commitment, we'll make it happen also. Every time you go to an Apollo pharmacy, 5,000 pharmacies across every pin code in India, they dispense medicines in a plastic packet, but that's biodegradable and compostable. Even when it makes its way to a landfill, it is going to degrade, in at least in lesser time than, plastic would. That's taken 1,000 metric tons of virgin plastic out of production. And these are the types of solutions that we are looking at, both consumer facing and at the tech side, and also at deployment. So tech deployment. I mean, COVID is such an inspirational example. I mean, 2 billion vaccines delivered over 2 years. I mean, it's an inspiring story done by one app, literally by an app. And of course, it needed all the healthcare workers at the back end. So what I'm saying is there's a wide field, but it needs a deep understanding of what healthcare requires. And sometimes we find entrepreneurs coming with solutions, which they feel retail mein chal gaya, yahan bhi chal jayega. It may not be true. We have to understand our value chain. On ESG, you have to be, the day you register your company, you have to be ESG compliant. Because this is, and I'm not saying that for as a headliner. Why I'm saying that is because the cost of compliance is going to increase. If you want to scale, you want to have international clients, they're going to be asking for ESG compliance from day one. And it's only getting stricter and stricter. If you reach, there is a BRSR reporting framework, which is the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. Now, top 1,000 companies have to report their BRSR, which is basically how you're doing on environment, social governance aspects. Now, you may say I'm a startup, it doesn't matter to me. But SEBI now expects that by the year 25-26, 75% of your value chain will also be ESG compliant, so that you report your ESG compliance. So lo and behold, I may be a 5 crore company, 10, 50 crore company, and I'm supplying to Apollo hospitals, which needs ESG compliance. I'm asking that 50 crore company, are you ESG compliant or not? So there is a backward integration of ESG, which is happening. We can't escape it. But with the idealism that you're approaching entrepreneurship, that is the same idealism which should also be there to Sir's point. I mean, it is not about making money, raising funds and buying yourself your Ferrari. It's about an ethical business which solves a solution and scales, and then yes, makes you money. So I think you have to be ESG compliant from day zero.
I'll share a small personal experience, right? So we never raised funds, but we had enough VC conversations. Out of all the big consumer VCs in India, there is PSG, Fireside, Sixth Sense, Sauce. They typically write checks to the consumer. I think I'm sure Kuldeep knows all these names in space. And only Fireside was a firm that said that we went through your deck and we didn't see anything around sustainability in your deck. We had a slide, we removed it. Because one of my VC friends said, "Hey, boss, why are you putting same-sex partner coverage in GHI, all that? Nobody, investors don't care about all these good things you're trying to talk about at your company." But I see, and Fireside is a very well-known VC, right? The Mama board, everybody uses, loves their brands and all of that. So yeah, to your point, I get it. It'll be great to do it from day one. Probably harder in the beginning because you're arms deep into a lot of things. But that's interesting. But I'd love to get your perspective on, let's say the theme of the summit as well. You represent probably the most global sector here, right? Health is, of course, is most widespread, growing at breakneck speed and getting better and better. And Indian healthcare, I see it to be genuinely world number one in the next sort of decade or so, with the number of tourists coming in. And India, I think now they're evaluating a health visa or something. I've heard recently on the news and all of that, right? From a healthcare perspective, right? Where do you see India sort of going? And from the one world, one economy, one future sort of perspective as well, would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I look how technology and traditional modes of delivery can actually create something which covers all three of these, right? Telemedicine. Now, through telemedicine, we are actually last year, we did 2.2 million consultations through telemedicine. And these are people from CIS countries also, and from West Africa and East Africa also, but they are also from Tripura. They are also from Himachal Pradesh, they are also from Ladakh. And that has improved access. And India has scaled that to a size now. E-Sanjeevani, which is a government program, covers every PHC in India.
Correct.
And we are now exporting this technology for the rest of the world to follow our example. And look what it has done for us. Our telemedicine program has removed 200 tons of carbon by avoided emissions. Emissions. So it has a good carbon footprint as well. So it marries all 3 or 4 of those paradigms into one. Similarly, COVID, I think tech is one big export that we could do. Health tech is one big solution. Like what we've done for vaccines, I think we can also have new generation startups that are looking at medical research, that are looking at new drug discovery, vaccine discovery, and scale that and export that at to a wide scope of countries that and regions that need it, especially South America and Africa. I think if somebody's really looking at markets, these two really stand out. And last but not the least, I mean, there is a requirement for human capital. All of it cannot be, sent overseas. What happens here? How do we tap onto capital that exists here? One small example is teleradiology. So the US hospital does a MRI, comes here, a radiologist here is interpreting it and also using AI and sending it back by the time the doctor's back in their OPDs in the next morning. I think those type of solutions where human capital in India is used for services overseas is something that's very exciting.
So thank you. I would like to ask you something specific, right? You of course mentioned, on the theme of the summit when you were discussing backstage, right? And you had shared some very interesting perspective on how sort of startups can go global and the Singapore US angle. I would love to, if you will share with the audience, I think it'd be great perspective to get.
Again, I do at the same point in time. I'm not sure this is necessarily ready, but I just want to. I think the larger point that we are making is that similar to what Vidikar was just mentioned, right? We first had all trade started off with all countries had different natural resources, and that's what facilitated trade first, right? And once you had enough resources being exchanged, then it facilitated movement of capital, right? Which is what the last phase was. And what you see now in India in particular since the early 90s and now with the BPO first and KPO, what he's talking about is fundamentally KPO, right? You have it for medical services, you have it for legal services, you have it for insurance, you have it for a bunch of other gamut of services, right? But it's fundamentally KPO, right? That's teleportation, literally teleportation of labor or skills, right? From here to the Western markets. And now you're actually seeing physical integration of critical labor markets. Look at the management critical integration between here and the US, for example. The large number of all their major tech corporations are people who were educated here. I mean, think about it, right? So you're truly seeing, I mean, we even said 1 PM or 2 PMs here and there, right? Come in the vice presidents, some age right? Next, it's an IIFT. Right? Point being that we're seeing a merger of those markets as well. So when you build startups, right, please don't be under the impression that you can build specific startups to serve global mission. Especially if you go and inch wide and a mile deep, right? It is incredibly possible to build global startups based out of here, as long as you're extremely focused on your initial specialization, right? The reason global startups are difficult to build out of the box is principally because you're not next to your clients all the time, right? So initially it might be a little harder to get off the ground, but if you're able to get it off the ground, look at DataWeave today. They've got operations running in particular 4 continents. Right? I mean, they've literally from Lazada to Amazon to Macy's to everybody on their client base. Right? It started out here in Bangalore. Right? Literally started out in Bangalore. Small bunch of 4 people running around. Right? But you can build those pieces. Right? So I think principally what I'm saying is that we are going to see economic interest, Political interest, economic interest will run roughshod over political interest. Okay, that's the simple, honest truth. It's the nature of mankind. Okay, look at India and China. लड़ाई कर रहे हैं एक दूसरे से. All agree? Right? We banned what 140, 150 companies. Right? We're raiding everything else, and guess what? They're still our second largest trading partner. Right? After all this banning, they still continue to grow. Our trade with them has continued to grow each year because individual consumers are doing exactly what's best for them. Right? We do what's best for our individual pockets first, for our individual families first. Right? So economics will also clobber politics. Right? So what you see is economic boundaries and political boundaries and so on and so forth. Don't take them as seriously as you are, as long as you have the ability to cater to those markets in a meaningful way that impacts the wallet or quality of lives of consumers wherever they are. Right? And principally, while you were talking more about legal structuring and so on and so forth, principally the message to you guys really as young entrepreneurs would be, think about it from this perspective. So if you're building a startup in any space, there is the opportunity to build exactly what I'm so sorry, what exactly what Karan said, right? I love his phrase, right? That because
Mile wide.
inch wide, no, inch deep and mile wide. Sorry, mile
Inch wide.
and mile deep. Right? I love that phrase. I'm definitely going to quote it. Right? But it makes so much sense. You can't mean everything to everybody at one point in time. Right? Especially if you try to move it across geographies, that's damn near impossible. Right? But you can represent, I mean, we're just having a brief conversation outside, right? When we were talking about international markets, and I was saying food is really cultural, right? But yes, there is a niche market for yoga. There is a niche market for what you can, let's just say, sattvic foods across the globe, right? Thanks to yoga and other things that we're already exporting, right? So if you're in that inch wide, let's just say inch wide vertical niche, you can go mile deep across all the countries in the world. Right? And that's the opportunity that exists, more so in software, more so in services, more so in products. There is still a physical leg to that digital transformation, but in services, right? In intellectual property, right? That those boundaries rarely exist. Right, so that's.
I would like to take a last point for given some data to the audience. So sir, deciding to now expand globally, what I will to understand from you, right? And would love to know that any perspective on why going global now and any reason to sort of look at that. Is India trusted more? That is what I read when I meet farmers from other countries that startup forums and all that. That India has better trust factor than it used to earlier. Would love to know from your perspective.
It's a tricky market, actually, tricky aspect, and a very good one that you say. See, in our area, our customer is the government. And government, as you know, is a secretive lot. And they really are more comfortable buying from people within their own country.
Of course,
So we follow the channel route. We are looking for partners in the countries that we work in. We've done some direct sales to some African country governments, things like that. Again, through some contact. But the key is that we have to look at channels. Now, if we want to address large markets like the US, the UK, the traditional markets, and in fact, in our area, again, we are an inch wide and a mile deep.
Correct,
So we are definitely a niche player. So in our market, some of the largest markets are, India is now a very large market, but some of the larger markets are, the United States and some of the European countries. Now, that said, they are not comfortable buying from an Indian company.
Correct.
Which is why, we've sort of incorporated in the US and we're sort of looking to start addressing that market. Again, initially through partners, and then we'll see how it goes. That's the plan.
So yes, please.
So I think this is like one of the best time to start anything, and that too if you're taking from an export perspective, still it will be a great thing to do. Why it is just imagine 10, 15, 20 years ago, like say, right now we're running a food brand and now we are expanding globally also. So if we had to go there and do it, we had to take TV ads, we had to go through retail road, and it was very expensive. Versus today, the digital world is so easy. Also, there are a lot of platforms which facilitate these kinds of trades and doing exports and all this, like very easy. So compared to like maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, now things have become super easy. Like I just have to go and talk to one person and just sign one agreement, my entire export thing is sorted. So I don't have to like build each and every piece which is already built in the market.
I'm just going to say it's going to be 3:15, so before he gets his word in, I want to say one thing to you guys. Just remember one thing, life is run in parallel. Right? You're literally running 5 different races at the same point in time. Right? You're running your personal life, you're running your children's lives, you're running your own health, you're running your business, you're looking after your parents, you're doing all sorts of shit. Right? Your own hobbies, interests, so on and so forth. Just remember, you don't want to look back and say, damn, I'm 50 and I've missed out on X number of dreams, but I have a big bank balance. That's not going to do absolutely anything for you, right? Other than make a wealth manager very happy. Right? I mean, they'll come, they'll kiss your ass and invite you to tons of events. They'll say, sir, please, right? But in reality, you still missed out on those 20 years, right? So whatever you do, please remember, life is about knowing when to push what button hardest, right? But still maintaining balance. You will have to go and be disproportionate about various things at various times in your life. But just because you run extremely hard doesn't mean you don't need a little bit of rest. Right? But that, so you can ignore one part for a little bit, but you need to keep balance. Right? And I promise you, you'll come out of it with a set of experiences that is more fun, right, than just saying that I earned a lot of money. Earning a lot of money is one aspect of life. What you guys are doing right now, sitting with your friends over a piece of, let's say, Saturday night, having a drink, going out and watching a movie together, eating at a restaurant of your choice, it's the same shit you'll do at 50. Right? It's the same shit you'll do at 50. You'll just go to a fancier restaurant, fancier car you'll travel in, bigger house you'll live in, but you'll do exactly the same things. If you're lucky. Okay? So just remember that. Right? So in this whole thing, a journey of wanting to become rich, just remember the richest experiences, right, are the memories you will carry through your life, the experiences you will carry through your life, the friendships you will make through your life, and the connections you will make through your life. So please balance that out in this quest for money, right? And don't make it a one-sided race. That's something I like to say that, right, to people.
Thank you so much. I think on that note, we open the panel to the audience. You can ask the question to the entire panel or any specific member also like to question to, and we will stop in the next 15 minutes. We will see that we have been going for. Yeah, we can start from there.
Hello everyone. So this is a question to the entire panel. How to understand the correct product market fit and get to that first step. Like Sir said that the product has to have the potential to go from X to 10X, but how to not to know that we are just shooting in the dark and not doing anything.
Sure. Anyone can take that, whoever wants.
Okay. If you design a product, if you thought of a service, you obviously got somebody in mind. That's your first step. Go to the guy and if necessary, give it to him for free. And get them, work with them and see if the product actually moves the needle for them, makes them feel this is adding value. And if it is, then you have a product market fit. If it isn't, back to the drawing board.
So, one person, like he was a founder of Big Basket, he told me the definition of PMF. So he told me that the moment when you have customers standing on your gate asking for that product, that's when you can say that you have a product market fit. And to me, like how I perceive PMF is like Let's say if you're offering a service or a product, and if today if you're giving that product to that person, and tomorrow if you remove that product from their life, and if they feel really sad and they don't want to go back to what it was before, then I think you had a CMS and it is a sustainable product which will stay with the customer for a long time. So Kunal Shah had a very curious story of also around this, a Delta 4 strategy. That if you give another experience and if you rate both the experience, for example, we all used to go to stations to book our train tickets, but then later on IRCTC came. But now just imagine if today IRCTC will go, whether people would prefer to go back to stations to book those or not. If the delta is greater than 4, then that will be a successful startup or the experience will be.
That's I have a very simple way to look at it. Right at the end of the day, I don't agree with giving away your product for free because that doesn't in India, at the end of a conference, right? When jhole milte hain na, wo free bags, branded bags, nobody can use there. They take it home, they know absolutely nothing of what to do with it. They will carry home bloody brochures, right, in that bag, but they'll take it. So Hindustan में free में अगर आपने कुछ बांटा ना वो सब ले लेंगे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, right? The true test of something, a product market fit, right? First, your first customer needs to pay for it, right? But you need to find adequate number of customers who are willing to pay for your product. You will have to, you guys, I assume a large number of you are engineers. You will start looking at general statistic sizing, right? To see that, okay, is this looking like I will be able to convert? So take a small market and try and get reasonable penetration in that, right? You can define a micro market which suits you to start with, right? Because your product will continue to improve during that phase, right? But you must have people who are willing to pay for your product, right? And some sort of repeat buying activity. That tells you that you have a cohort that's working and possibly will deliver repeat value, right? Once that is there, you try and expand it. So don't spread yourself thin that I have 10 customers in India, right? Dude, there are like 1.4 billion people. If you have 10, it's meaningless. But if you say you have 10 customers in this room, right? That's something I'd be interested in understanding that what you're bringing to the table. So pick a micro segment, try and prove reasonable success or reasonable uptake in that population, right? Which is paid. That means they're willing to part with their money, and any repeat purchase is a fantastic sign, right? That means customers are coming back, right? So for an early stage startup, that's a no Delta 4 stuff, right? Really simple, translatable explanation. That's what you should be looking for.
Yeah. Go to the next question, please. From this side, no, we can move here. You can ask. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. The question is how to build a robust GTM strategy and how much time should we devote to the market research before entering into the market and particularly for a service-based startup.
Sure. Service, I will ask you. For a service-based company, like a software or any service, B2B service sort of company, then are you only consumer or B2B? That could be one B2C. B2C service company. Anyone want to take that? I think maybe I'll try and answer that, right? So I'm a services guy, but I'm not a B2B services guy. I think GTM strat, honestly, when you start doing things, you will figure out the GTM strat after 2 months that this is the way they sort of doing. Basically, you will reach out to everyone possible to sort of get your product there. So I think figuring out PMS will be your sales one. Getting the revenue will be your sales two. And then we will work together for the first 6 months to a year. Beyond which, if your founders buy it not lasting, you will probably give up a great salary. So GTM strat का perspective is नहीं होना चाहिए that don't sort of put a strategy in the sense that try everything possible to get there. I mean, for example, when I come from the same industry, I want to from FMCG. If let's say today he is selling a consumer product, which is a food product, he is trying all the channels possible, right? He is very big, number one brand on Amazon. Yet he is decided to go offline and go to stores and all of that, right? Because the idea is that consumer है, वहाँ जाना है तो वो जाने का जो रास्ता है वो GTM है. So I think strat is not something that you really need to work on. You'll probably be figuring out every channel possible to reach the prospect customer as long as you're paying for it and then the channel is going to Anybody also add to that?
You also mentioned that how much time you should devote to research. तो this is the answer for everyone. I think कि research करना तो बहुत ही जरूरी है जिस भी स्पेस में आप जा रहे हो और आपको thoroughly पता होना चाहिए in and out और वो कभी बंद नहीं हो सकती कि अब मैंने रिसर्च कर ली हमेशा सीखते जाएंगे क्योंकि just imagine जब आप अपना फर्स्ट सेट ऑफ राउंड्स कर लोगे फर्स्ट फंडिंग जा लोगे या पहले बिजनेस का जीटीएम या जो भी है पीएमएफ वगैरह अचीव करोगे उस टाइम पे जब भी जैसे इन्वेस्टर्स भी जब आप इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए आते हैं तो यू डोंट हैव एनी बिजनेस यू ओनली हैव अ डेक और आइडिया और मे बी वेरी स्मॉल थिंग तो वो किस में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं दे इन्वेस्ट इन यू दे विल बिलीव कि मे बी हाँ ये कुछ सॉलिड बनाएंगे या फिर इनके अंदर वो जोश है तो आई थिंक वो रिसर्च जितना ज्यादा किया होगा उतना ज्यादा वो चीज हम रिफ्लेक्ट कर सकते हैं इन्वेस्टर्स के सामने एंड इट विल हेल्प सो आई थिंक रिसर्च कभी खत्म नहीं होता बट whoever is starting in whatever domain, they have to go fully, completely into it and एक element पता होना चाहिए and then only they should get into such opportunity.
Can I just come in on this? You know, there is also.
Your mic is off.
So there is also this, you know, this notion that you should do adequate research, absolutely right, and you know, how much time you should spend on a good GPA strategy, but also understand that we all talk about runway that we've got, we forget about the airspace. It's going to get filled very quickly with whatever service or product that you put out there. You can give a small example. 2 years back, there were no ESG softwares that could measure compliance, right? Few Indian companies got in first mover advantage, everybody sees them on, and you know they were well on their way and now they're looking for funding. 2 years have passed since then. SAP, you know, Oracle, Microsoft, everyone's in the game in 2 years. Now, if you were sitting and thinking, saying, let's see SAP क्या करता है, let's see ये क्या होता है, वो क्या होता है, let me make the final product in the time, you know, it's the market settles or the policy environment settles. By that time, you would have SAP selling, you know, an enterprise solution to a company who's already there planned. So it's important to understand, we talk about runway, but it's also important to understand the airspace is going to get filled very quickly.
I think in GTM, what I think what we have to say is that speed is important. So what is professional positive movement at a sort of zero. I hope that answers the question there. Anybody else want to ask anything? Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to ask a question to Karan sir regarding the ESG. So in India, we are seeing that the regulations are constantly changing. First, there was CSR which was made compulsory. Then there was BSR, then PSRS. With this constantly changing regulation, how do we expect the companies to adapt to these changes?
And that is that's a very good question, and that is the point of being, you know, ESG compliant from the get-go, because this landscape will keep changing, right? CSR is basically looking at 2% tax in that sense. I'll leave that aside. But BRR, BRSR, ESG compliance, it's a you know, it's a concept. If you have your basics in place, good corporate governance, you have strategies for, you know, your employees, your social impact, and now a climate strategy, which is fairly new for most companies. If you need to have those three in place as you start, you know, your business or your entrepreneurial journey, because that expectation is going to keep changing and becoming more and more stringent. That is, it's not going back. It's only going to get, you know, harder to comply with at best, but that is something that we have to do. You know, which policy doesn't change? Industrial policy changes, tax policy changes, compliance framework, you know, what we were complying with 10 years back, the Companies Act has changed today. I mean, you know, the law itself has changed. So a policy will always keep changing. This is fairly new, let the dust settle, but the dust is going to settle towards harder compliance than lesser compliance. So it's better to have that built in, that cost sort of incurred upfront, rather than, you know, trying to become compliant once you reach a particular scale.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think last question to the day. Yes, sir, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
My name is Dr. Manish. My PhD is business management of small and medium enterprises. I'm a IIFT alumni. So my question to these entrepreneurs that it happened today with me. At present, I am with the capacity of Vice President Corporate for a group, 38 years old organization. And I'm planning to start my own venture. Today morning, I had a discussion with my father. He is ex-secretary. Then after an hour, half an hour discussion, he said me that see your identity that you are a vice president for organization, Orica research, ethical science, that training. As well as you have number of responsibilities, your family, your kids, and this is your identity. So the next journey will be very difficult for you. So I could not convince him. I called to my driver, "Chalo bhai, IIFT chalte hain, I'm not sure." उनके आते हैं क्या होगा? So I hope you may help me to this situation, what to do and how to get that confidence that yes, I have to get.
I think all entrepreneurs love telling you how to start. Okay, all of us figure it. I'll be my way. So I get this question about please have a seat. I get this question a lot, and I was a bit different. I think not married into parents, no rent. So what unrelated लगेगा आपको चाहिए अगर मैं मेरे को भी 2 साल के पैसे के पास अकाउंट में डाले 2 साल के पैसे 8-9 लाख रुपए चाहिए थे मुझे तो रेंट नहीं और बाकी ये put in the rest money and start month. So my perspective is very simple that you know park yourself 2 years of money and 2 years is a good time for a company to either survive or shut down. आपका founder bias नहीं चल जाएगा time will not a good thing during 2 years and whatever monthly expenses you have to run 2 years money should be there. Other side is going to become an entrepreneur. I have been doing this. I'm a B2B sales guy. So I sat at reception for 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. Ego has been zero. Identity is not your company, nothing is your identity. You are your identity. मेरे अकाउंट में 100 करोड़ रुपए है 1 लाख रुपए किसी को पता नहीं तो पैसा आइडेंटिटी नहीं है एजुकेशन आइडेंटिटी एक पॉइंट पर खत्म हो जाता है आप उससे पुराने पीएचडी है but today of course people know you as a PhD for the right doctor but if somebody needs to only know there is an MBA so entrepreneurial 2 साल का पैसा zero ego are the best ways to sort of start according to me it gets you somewhere in those 2 years company doesn't work out, they will be the most likely to get experience of the life of product will going out to the after that. That is my system. But yeah, I think those company.
I think it's good advice.
Yeah,
it's good advice.
Sure.
There's no better or
yeah, no science, no science in it, yeah.
There's no science in it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, no science in it. Put away a little bit, establish a cutoff, and go for it. There's no rocket science behind it. I'd love to say, oh, there's this calculation and this intelligence and this, that, and this, that.
Yeah.
The intelligence is all behind the venture. The commitment, the decision to make the leap is fundamentally a combination of your financial preparedness if you're slightly later in life. Right, so you have to put away something to make sure you are in a position to meet your needs. Right, and beyond that, your confidence in your plan. The good news is you've got experience and you've got a network. Right? You've got experience, you've got network, you've got credibility. Right? So you should be confident about if you're making the leap.
Yeah, I think Savi knows something. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Prepare yourself for hard times, but work towards building soft entries.
डरा दो बच्चे डरा दो
पहले डराना जरूरी है ताकि तैयार हो जाए अब क्या है कि इनके मन में already doubt है if you go with doubt it's a problem you are sitting and you are asking your father you are taking decisions because you got liabilities you got responsibilities all valid when I started out my mother asked me what's wrong with your job. Look at this guy, he's making so much money in his job. Look at this guy, he's making so much money in his job. Now I am a 50 year old place, but at that time it was a different thing. So the point is that there is going to come a lot of time when you're going to be questioning yourself. So you have to believe that you want to do this. You have to believe you will do whatever it takes to do it, then you will do it. If you think I'll try, you will win.
Yeah, and your will matter a lot. Like I come from a lower middle class family, and while I was working in Bangalore, our packages was above 1 CR. So it was very difficult to convince my entire family that I want to resign. It took almost 1.5 years to really convince them, and I quit my job and started renovation. And they were quite angry that start an e-tail company after studying so much and after doing a so much good job. But I think my inner will to do that was so strong that I somehow convinced him and somehow like everything started working. So I think खुद में वो जज्बा बहुत ज़्यादा होना चाहिए कि हाँ करिए और हो देंगे.
Sure. I think thank you so much for having your on the end to master it. Thank you for the audience asking good questions.
Thank you so much for all this fruitful discussion and insightful details that have been giving out to us. And we like to extend our sincerest appreciation to Mr. J. for not only answering the comment but also expected choreography in such discussion. And so you truly are a beacon of example for all the entrepreneurs out there. You started out from scratch and now you're in a position of employing 6,900 people. That's nothing short of amazing. We thank you for that and in recognition of your valuable contributions, we extend our momentum for passive entrepreneurs. Thank you so much. So, I would like to thank Dr. Karan for going light on impact of climate change on healthcare and the significance of sustainability in every sector from day to day. Sir, you are today an entrepreneur from within, addressing the serious problem that we cannot normalize climate change, and climate change is indeed a health crisis. And you are going to decarbonize healthcare is inspiring for all the entrepreneurs out there. And certainly we can make products someday we call India Glass. I can assure you that. Thank you so much for the wonderful stage. Something that serve for this valuable perspective on leveraging technology in law enforcement and combating cybercrime. That's a niche industry in itself. And your insight, you must be willing to start a business. 10 businesses, in fact, to run one business successfully. That's a great insight out of the discussion. And your zeal to become entrepreneur from the right from the beginning of your career is truly inspiring, sir. And of course, another insight is not one single customer that creates you a lot. So thank you for all the insights, and we like to appreciate you the small review of this. And no. Thank you, Mr. for giving insights. Yeah. Giving insights for fostering entrepreneurship and supporting startups through your investments and mentorship to have skin in the game and cherish your memories throughout your life. That's what matters a lot. And of course, we are going to see talking trades as a jar of pride. I'm sure you'll be getting a lot of customers from this place as well in the future. Thank you for raising this student, sir. And Mr. Kuldeep Patel, probably the closest audience are associated with now. You did an institute to all the entrepreneurs out here, and rising from your personal experience, you started off your own brand, your own company, and that's something that key takeaway from for all of us here. And your insight that finally sort of not just not the only way to succeed. One has to have the fundamentals right. Is the great intake insight out of all the discussion. And we thank you for raising the event here. His IIT fellow also raised that case. If you want to what we are doing with food technology with this field. As we conclude this inspiring summit, we extend our sincere thanks to each and every one of you here today
for being a part of this enriching journey. And by adherence to what many more wonderful summits ahead. We request our the guests to come forward for a group of organizing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very well managed.
Thank you so much. Lovely.
I'm so sorry that he froze in that moment. It was like. It completely froze in that.
Thank you, guys.
My appreciation.
Well done. Sure.
Yes, sir. Second, your America venture.
You know, wants to be.
Thank you, guys.
One more point, I will send you.
Hello.
चलो बाकी
I will check now.
प्रोजेक्टर चेक
किसको बुला
बोलते रहो बता देना।
करें? नहीं शॉट है ना क्या कर रहा हाँ तो एक बाइक है ना
कार्तिक चेक ऑडियो अगर वीडियो प्ले करेंगे तो ऑडियो
अरे वो काम नहीं कर रहा था अभी कर रहा है आप थोड़े लेट आ गए क्या करूँ मैं
तो एक्शन फ्रॉम
which is actually the bigger portion of trade in most economies in the global south. In the global north, trade and services is much higher in value terms. But in the global south, we are still very much dependent on manufacturing and goods merchandise trade, as we call it. Now, when we are dealing with emerging economies, economies in Eastern and Southern Africa have overtaken South Asia when it comes to regional trade. So they are doing much higher volumes of trade between each other. And what happens when you trade? You gain a competitive advantage in manufacturing one product over the other, right? As an economist, I know this is basic econ, trade econ 101 for most of you. But essentially, you're saying if I am manufacturing, say, for example, laptops, I will get, the chips from Taiwan, regardless of where the laptop has to be sent to the final consumer or where or which brand is assembling it, be it Samsung or be it Apple, right? So in that situation, you are seeing a global specialization in one commodity. Now, African economies have managed to do that at a regional level for specific commodities, which are not that, not in electronics, but at least in basic goods. Now, in South Asia, we have so many opportunities to develop regional value chains. But because of political economy challenges, because of a certain distrust of the countries amongst each other, we are not able to, exploit those value chains. Be it in textile industry, where Bangladesh is actually the regional leader, or in industries like, for example, electronics, where India can emerge as a regional leader, or even in terms of trading power supply. You can have regional grids, you can have waterways movement, you can have more logistics, to link in with Singapore port, or you can have more logistics to link in with Bangkok, through the India-Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway, and even through Sitwe port, which is now, being financed by India in Myanmar. But there is a lot of, political challenges that we have to go through. So that's why when we say one world, one economy, one future, at this point, we are not seeing that much evidence of that, but that's where we want to be, because that is the most efficient, cost efficient. Logistics cost is lower, but also green, right? Engaging in trade is actually the most efficient way of decarbonizing an economy. But economists are arguing for this. It's difficult to convince all the policymakers. And now we have a production linked incentive scheme also in India, which is in place for manufacturing a lot of commodities. It's very successful. And we can engage with our neighbors more and more, to encourage and bring them into the fold with PLI, with sharing manufacturing capacities. But at this point, it's not happening. And I really feel that in the future, it should happen. This is the direction that everybody wants to move in, especially when we talk to trade bodies, industry bodies. Everyone wants to move in this direction. And the World Bank is definitely going to support moving in this direction, as well as other multilaterals. Everybody is pretty much on board. We just have to keep pushing.
Got it. Sabrisa, over to you, given your experience in consumer electronics over, say, Dell. How do you see this pan out for your particular domain?
So if you look at technology, broadly, and I agree with you, it's moving seamlessly across borders. ChatGPT launch, is there a border? No. Any other such services launch, is there a border? No. Of course, there is a data element emerging, and that will impact Meta and Google and everyone who roll out services seamlessly. Okay, but it will have impact. But if I look at electronic hardware, it's altogether a different world.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the trend there? Hyper-nationalism. Make in India, make in America, blah, blah. Indonesia talks about local content. Brazil talks about non-tariff barrier. So that's a trend. Okay, another one. drastically different, all in technology space. If you look at hyper disruptive technology, 5G, chip, anything like that, then comes the national security issue. Okay, so in technology space where I am, because Dell also has software division, software company called Pivotal, for example, and security company called SecureWorks, earlier RSA, and RSA was also cybersecurity company, and VMware, which is more of artificial intelligence deployment company. It's a remarkably three very distinct trend. So as a student, I will suggest you to really deep dive in these trends in different sectors. On one world, one economy, I will reserve my comment. It's not one world, one economy, but I did, if you want, I can talk now, or maybe I can talk.
Dan, over to you, Anuj. I mean, how would you look at it from BFSI as an industry? How is it shaping up?
Well, for BFI as industry, I would not look at as one world, one economy, but one world, one currency. And well, there are a lot of benefits when we talk about one single currency. It could be the stability, it could be the convergence, it could be the volatility when we do it across multi countries. But then there are a lot of risks involved into it. Politically, there are countries who are not ready to adopt it. We could talk about e-rupee, which is coming up, countering the Bitcoin and the cryptos of the world. Why it has come up, we could have easily adopted Bitcoin, but yes, there are reservations. There are political reservations, there are logistical issues to it. And that is one of the reasons why we would say that it's a very reserved topic as of now when we talk about one world, one economy, because there are a lot of interest. I could say that the International Monetary Policy, the framework, they designed something way back in 1960s or 1970s, which talked about one economy. But when probably at that time, India was not at that level of an index. And at that time, if it would have been designed, some of the countries would have taken up that additional benefit as compared to the cost of the other countries or the economies. So one world, one economy, as of now, when you look at it, it's a little, I would say, a subject which has to have probably a collaborative approach, and looking at just not IMF, but a group of the economic countries have to come together, understand, and then put some white papers on it, on how to take it up.
Got it. I think one clear inference that all of us can take from this is that one world, one economy as a sentence and theoretically maybe exists, but practically in each of the domains that we just mentioned, we are far from that, right? And probably going in the opposite direction, for us to call it. Yeah, please.
So, as when you are doing education, I will suggest really deep dive and try to understand the logic also behind. Okay, why world, say 10 years back, we were championing WTO. It has lost all its shine. WTO is a bad word. Okay, why? Multiple reasons. Okay, one, the impact of open trade was not right. Okay. And this is particularly true in developed economy. If you go to US, the Midwest or mid portion of US really lost out. East Coast, West Coast won, and that's why Trump got elected. Okay, he was not voted by East Coast and West Coast. Same in Europe, Brexit happened. These are the impact of liberal trade regimes. Okay, then on the top of that came COVID. Okay, what COVID did? Everybody restricted itself to the border. Production inside country was controlled a bit, outside supply was not. And the importance of China went down. because people realize every egg is in one basket. That should not happen. On the top of that, geopolitics came in big way. Please understand, let's go back in history, okay? Whenever a ruling force is challenged by another emerging force, it's really brutal. Look at medieval era, okay? Look at Ottoman Empire, used to be the dominant force. When Industrial Revolution happened, they really challenged, and there was brutal war. And then one has to lose, okay? When Britain went down and US emerged, because US reconstructed Europe, that's why it was not that brutal. But internally, there were a lot of such challenges, and that's why you find left and right, right and right. Okay, it was just to oppose. Okay, so the geopolitics will continue to challenge the international trade. But the interesting thing there to note is China is for international trade. That's why RCEP and there are regional. Look at China's international trade vis-a-vis ASEAN. Okay, in 10 years, you will find multiple times it has grown. Look at US trade with South America next door, not growing that much. That's another trend. Okay, US withdrawing and China continues. So deep dive in all these trends to understand where international trade is and what's the future. It's not going to be one world, one economy. Look at the pressure on dollar. The dollar should not be the currency of trade. All these things, look at why we have India, China, Brazil, and South Africa coming together and more trying to join. Study all these trends very minutely to understand where the world is going.
Great pointer, Tabesa. I mean, I'll just dwell deeper into this very aspect of geopolitics and how is it playing for a sector such as consumer electronics. Let's take one category that probably all of us would associate and probably also use. Let's take laptops, for example, for Dell, right? From an India perspective, there have been recent laws, policy changes that have come into place, which affects laptops specifically as a category, right? How is Dell changing or being compliant to these, probably also changing business models to in the supply chain, which is otherwise global, right? You get chips from Taiwan, screen maybe from South Korea, sell it in India, right? For a category which is so diverse and linked across borders, how is geopolitics specifically in India affecting Dell and its business model?
So let me address first business model. Okay, Dell will not change its business model. Okay, what we are known for. We are known for that consumer will place order based on the configuration. I will make it and give it. Okay. But we work internally without changing business model to serve and make money, which means huge pressure on supply chain. And that's why Dell has one of the most efficient supply chain. And to make my point clear, so that you guys appreciate, this laptop has 1,000 parts, comes from double the suppliers, okay? Because for each product, I talk to 2-3 suppliers, okay? From all over the world, of course, 30% comes from China. Okay, China contribution is almost 30%, but Taiwan plays equally important role, and Korea also plays important like that. And then once I receive the order, I put it together. I do not want to have inventory because inventory cost is huge. My profitability goes. Okay, so I believe in just-in-time inventory, and that's why I don't have dealer distributor, because I don't want to pay 3%, 4%, 5%. On the top of that, I have to serve the customer as soon as possible. Okay, so I will not name because this is company sensitive information. With one of the country where I'm managing, we have manufacturing. So what used to happen? I used to make till say 12 o'clock hypothetically, put it on the van, send it to dedicated port Dell has. Okay, so that port is only used for us. And then inspection used to happen. And then by evening, it used to be in flight for Europe hypothetically. Next day onwards, by evening, I'm delivering my laptop. Okay. So I talked to the government and I said, no, you have to do inspection in my factory so that I don't waste time. So I'm not changing my business model. Having said that, yes, in every, say for example, in India, Indian government is having Make in India, Atmanirbhar, public procurement order, production link incentive, you talked about. So we are participating in all these to take advantage and contribute to India. So wherever you will go and work, please always think this way, that your company should not fight with any sovereign government. One, once the national cake becomes bigger, your pie will also become bigger. Okay, so it's always win-win situation. Okay, so Dell believes, and all good companies, I will say, not only we are unique, believe to contribute to the local story. So I want to be part of India's story. Okay, and that's what we do. Let me stop here. I don't want to monopolize the discussion.
Fair. Shifting cogs a bit, Mitali, you have expertise in supply chain and economics. Just wanted to understand how World Bank as an organization is working towards ensuring free flow of trade, especially from a goods perspective. Second question as a follow-up is, given COVID disrupted supply chain across multiple businesses, what's the new normal trend what's the new normal that is emerging out of it?
So, of course, I can answer for World Bank, but also for ABB and a few others, because I write multiple development banks. And I think the aim is very similar, especially for World Bank and Asian Development Bank, when it comes to South Asia at the moment. So, actually, when we look at trade in goods in South Asia, there are a lot of barriers, so that you talked about, Dell has its own warehouse. But most micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSME, who are also engaging in trade, they don't have the luxury of having their own warehouse where they can tell the customer, हाँ भैया आप अपना जो ऑफिसर है वो आप मेरे warehouse पर भेजिए, right? That's not going to happen. A typical MSME guy has to go to the customs official and literally beg them to finish the inspection so that they can continue with their trade and meet the timelines of their customer. And I will tell you the other big challenge. So what I'm wearing today, the sari I'm wearing today, by the way, is a Bangladeshi dhaka and jamdani. It's a traditional product of Bangladesh, and it is one of the largest export items from Bangladesh to rest of the world, to the Bengali community, which is of course outside of Bangladesh and West Bengal, but also within India, Bangladesh, Nepal, there's a huge demand for saris, and particularly this sari because it's a handloom product and GI tag and everything. Now, I was obviously in Dhaka and I bought it there, so I spoke to some of the women who are trading, right? And now you add the complication of gender. When you are a woman trader, suddenly everything becomes that much harder, right? You have to first, you may not have a staff, you may be much smaller than a male trader. It might be much harder for you to understand the rules and procedures of trading. One of the biggest challenges for any trader in South Asia is the quality and testing norms. It is so difficult for somebody, a small trader in Bangladesh to comply with India's requirements, and vice versa. Even for India, it is not easy to export to Bangladesh. It might be easier to go to Nepal, where the testing norms are more in line with Indian norms. So I think the biggest challenge today when it comes to supply chain and logistics, and when we are aiming for a bigger regional market, which is what World Bank and ABB are both working on. There is a program in the World Bank which I am part of, for the Access program, which is for accelerating regional connectivity. And similarly, ADB has a program called SATEC, which is on South Asia, regional connectivity. And in both these programs, ADB and World Bank are actually working together alongside the governments of the region to simplify these procedures, make it easier to obtain the compliance certificates, particularly for the small traders. For a Dell, as Sir said, it's like, I want it checked in my warehouse, it will be checked in my warehouse. Because Dell is creating so much revenue for the customs authorities and so much value for the economy, sir, as you rightly said. But for the small people, and also the other issue when it comes to supply chain and logistics is multimodal connectivity. So right now, a lot of trade in South Asia is dependent on trucks. You have to load all of your material in a truck. And that is horrible for the environment. The amount, and these are all diesel generator trucks, right? These are not like, we are not running on green hydrogen yet, even though that is the dream, right? To have like freight vehicles which are running on green hydrogen. But we're not there yet. We are on diesel. And the worst, these are old trucks. Some of them are 15, 20 years old. And they are the ones who are transporting the cargo to the last mile. The drivers are treated in such a shabby fashion. There's no place for the driver to rest. At least in India, the Land Ports Authority has now created a lot of driver resting facilities. But they are not gender disaggregated because you don't see women drivers yet, right? But we are pushing for it. We are pushing for more and more women to be recruited as drivers, conductors, security guards, data entry operators. So there is a whole movement and push towards more efficiency, lowering the logistics cost, which both ADB and World Bank are doing. And our aim is that in 10 years' time, we should have greener freight which uses railways and waterways alongside trucks, and which is simpler for the smallest trader. And I think if we can reach that, we will be able to cut our logistics costs down as per the aims of the national logistics policy. Currently, it's around 13% of GDP. The aim is to go to 8% of GDP. Even if we, in 10 years' time, reach 6-7%, in India, then the region can be 8%. So that's the aim.
Got it, Medani. Just shifting the conversation from physical goods to intellect and insights which are otherwise global. Sort of coming to you, India has a huge population, and with that comes a beautiful opportunity to understand consumer behavior. Two questions to this. Do you see global consumer insights getting replicated in India successfully? And is the vice versa also true? Are data insights or consumer insights from India replicable in markets globally? Which is essentially that can Indian startups who have found success have global aspirations in them?
So, India is a unique country. We sometimes overestimate the TAM also. We say that India is 140 crores, and then another day, Nikhil Kamath writes a post about maximum 12 crores of people in India in the marketable base where people can be targeted. He's sitting in Gurgaon, South Delhi, feel the world is like this, but it's not. We saw a lot of valuation fall because of this reason as well. So even if we see some exorbitant stats, but when it comes to the buying capacity, most of the customers are products but they are not really the ones who will pay one day. So that's one big realization people had in estimating the TAM, that at max it's about 10% of what we are really looking at. It's about 12 to 14 crores. But the emerging middle class, as people get educated, people get into the service manufacturing sector, there's a new economy which is opening up, is where the thing. And in India, the other thing which is very unique is the customer and consumer is not the same as different it is in West. Okay, out there everyone has a phone and everyone has an account and they pay themselves. in India, we all might, there will be one person who's the chief credit card officer in the home or who's doing all the payments. Whose Netflix is used, whose Amazon Prime is used, whose Hotstar is used, whose Jio is used, and you do all the payments for everyone. So if when I was at Lenskart, my account had my wife, my mother, my father. So if you start looking at from the data lens, you will be confused. कि ये male है, female है, इसका age group क्या है. So all your demographic analysis goes for a dog. It is very different in India. And that's why there's a difference between customer and consumer. People might think Instagram is heavily dependent by women, but 75%, 72% of people on Instagram are men. Okay, so this is a very different economy in India, and it's very difficult to understand from data using demographics. But by understanding what they are doing, you can understand much deeper. So what India's customer insights talks about is very similar to the third world countries, I would say, but not to what the developing countries show up. Okay, and the complexities makes us create systems which are can handle much more complexities. So when you think about like the whole customer theory, the best marketing concepts are not applicable here. Okay, there's a lot of debate that Maslow's hierarchy need in India is applicable or not, is also a big question. And in US also people might CEO and so as in India, as ranks increase, the salaries increases multifold. In US, a person can be an individual contributor and earn about 150K, and the person starting will earn 100K. So the income parities are very different. So the customer insights are very different. But what I'm saying is the technology and the frameworks which are developed in India are so complex that they can handle any scale. Okay, and you're really up for any complexities to be taken care of. So that's very exciting. That's why I think so frameworks like UPI have been thought through first principles and are being built. And there will be a lot of technologies which will be built here, which will be taken at global scale. WhatsApp was another example which came out in India, and I'm sure more digital products will come in. Many of the first generation products were a copy paste of US and all. Uber came in, Uber ka Ola ban gaya, and then started coming. But a lot of things will be built. This is the first principal needs of India, and it will be easily replicable across. So yeah, so customer insights, I'm always bedazzled to see demographics based customer insights are all bullshit. They have no meaning to it. If you see somebody targeting ki male, female, and gender and all, it's of no use. You have to look at what the person is doing, and you have to understand what you are selling is and who will be paying. If you have to sell a kid's garment, it's the parents you have to target, not the kids. Yeah. And the other problem is my 10-year-old kid also is using Instagram, changing his age. So you don't, you know. So yeah, you see a lot of not the real world in the data, but there is a very different world in the data which you see.
Got it, Saurabh. So I think one brilliant insight that I'm taking away from that is rather than focusing on demographics and being very wide and open with your targeting, focus more on consumer behaviors, and I think that is where majority chunk of business would convert, right? Ankush, coming to you, global markets are so well integrated with recent rise in interest in crypto, for example. Money in recent times has seen is flowing across borders irrespective of nations, right? At an Uber level, what are your views when it comes to BFSI and free flow of capital? Would it benefit countries like India, or would it make us more susceptible to global phenomena like recession, for example? How can India tread this fine line?
Well, just continuing my earlier thing on E-Rupee, India already started up with the CBDC, and we are already clocking approximately 18,000 transactions a day. Well, we were not one of the pioneers to start up with the digital currency. There were other countries, which included Australia, China, US, and now we are one of them. Now, when we talk about Your second part of the question was?
How can, so second part of course was, how can India tread the fine line between getting capital, which is completely free flow, not regulated, versus some sort of regulation coming into play to avoid, say, global recession, for example?
So while I think, while you've already been foreign trade students and you've heard about the recession stories which have been moving across the globe. While India, as of now, when we talk about the digital transformation journey, which has happened in India, specifically in the last 3-4 years, probably, and it has been an emerging story since last probably a decade or so. So emerging of smartphones to now the data penetration and now to UPI, what has happened in the country. Our sense on fintech industry is, yes, we are recession ready. While what we are talking about Atmanirbhar, or when we talk about self-resilience, my take on self-resilience is that while you all are foreign trade students, if you're exporting something, are you able to export a product or a service without any aid or concession and make a mark there in the world? If that is there, then you are Atmanirbhar.
That's true.
In case if you're taking the support of aids, concession, investments, no, I'm sorry. Investor money is easy, but if you're building up a platform which is from customer money, that is the best way out. And that is how your individual, or I would say, and as a group, or as a country, or as a individual understanding, this is where you'll feel that, okay, I'm recession free. You had one more point.
No, I think this is where it ends. I mean, your views on essentially how we can have that fine line between.
So when we talk about financial sector is one of the biggest sectors which is happening. May you talk about brokerage, may you talk about lending, may you talk about the loan segmentation, banking, payments, industry, and everybody is booming. Talk about UPI, the digital transformation. When we talk about, just to give you a gist, approximately non-cash transactions, 70% plus of the non-cash transactions which happened in H1 in the year 2023 were on UPI. So that is how India is changing. When we talk about foreign trade, as I told you, a lot of, specifically in the fintech industry, I would like to highlight. So we've come up with this, this was the second online season of cohort of fintech services called the Global Fintech Festival, which happened in Mumbai last September, which had a participation of approximately 10 countries with global speakers coming onto the platform. And one of the biggest one being Australia, which is already into a discussion with most of the fintechs in the country. Majority of the fintechs in India are now moving abroad and giving fintech solutions. When you talk about some of the best processing partners, you could talk about NPCI, which is now accepted in approximately 9 or 10 countries, Sri Lanka being one of the recent. Australia is on the way, the MOU is underway. So a lot of changes are happening, and this will actually help us in overcoming the recession.
I just want to add one point to what you were saying about payments, because payments are so critical for trade. Just last week when I was in Kathmandu, there was an order by the Reserve Bank of India which banned the conversion of INR to Nepali rupees and vice versa. And with Bangladesh also, this is sometimes a challenge, when they randomly come out with orders to say you cannot convert your currency. So, when you have these kind of digital payment solutions coming in, automatically trade becomes much easier. But still, the one demographic group that gets excluded out of this is definitely MSMEs and women, because they are the ones who are covering the digital divide. And I think at the bank now, with Ajay Banga's vision,
there is a new push towards bridging the digital divide as well. So that is one thing that, we'll all be working on, like regardless of whichever sector we work, we will be working on digital divide now. So that should also help.
Got it.
On gender, I would just like to add like what you said. So Reserve Bank of India has just started up a tech sprint, which is specifically for women, called Sonwari or something. I'm bad at that. But well, the government is doing a lot on bringing the gender, reducing the gender inequality. As in, we are also part of the tech sprint. So I would probably just concluded the tech sprint day before yesterday. And a lot of effort has been happening by the government, specifically for gender inequality. And everybody's giving their best on that.
We have to keep pushing.
Yeah. Fair. I think coming to the last section of this discussion, something which might interest everybody here. I think in the world that is changing faster than it ever has, what advice would you have for students present here today? How can they build their careers in a world where career themselves are undergoing pivotal shifts? Like with AI coming into world is one just small example of that. So starting from Ankush, what advice would you have for students right here?
Well, coming back to my first statement, what I started, keep your learning curves open. Don't just be bound by the one specific subject. Collaborate a lot, read a lot of journals, understand the synergies between business, between verticals, and then you'll be able to identify more of use cases. You'll be able to come up with a few more journeys ahead. Probably that will help you in making a change to probably the strategies or probably the cohort itself.
Got it. Tabrisa, what do you?
So you said AI. AI will not, in near future, I mean, AI will not take your job. But your peer who use AI to do the same job will definitely take your job. So your competition is not with AI. Your competition is with skill man. Okay, one thing very clear. Okay. The second is it will be very fast-paced world, extremely fast-paced. So you should adapt to that. Okay. The decision makings are generally on fly, and global organization. I'm talking. Okay, so we all need to understand that speed, what's happening in other part of the world. Okay, and what impact it will have on us. The problem-solving approach. Do not muck up. Just do not muck up. Lawyers like us. So when I was doing my law here, we used to learn and memory by rote. I have not. The first day in US, and after working a bit, first day in US in my master's class, teacher picked me. What's this? You are supposed to know the law. You are supposed to know all the case laws. Case laws are the judgments, okay, the jurisprudence, how it develops. You need to, and I was in intellectual property law, you need to know the technology. So if you are in biotechnology, pharma, the nuances of that. If you are in technology, IT, nuances of that. Whatever is the creative sector, okay? And at the same time, you are supposed to know the business impact also in law class. So imagine how much problem-solving approach it requires. And last, just enjoy life. Just enjoy life. I remember a movie I saw. Is it Three Idiots?
Yeah.
So that enjoy life.
Got it. Mitali, over to you.
So my responses are based on data. The core associate my think tank has hired 300 interns from January 2019 till about now. One of my interns is here today. Thank you, Aryan, for being here. And all of my interns, all of the advice I'm giving you is based on the observation of these 300 individuals who primarily come from an economics background, but also have, social science and public policy and development studies degrees. Number one, please can you all focus on your writing skills? Please, if I ask for a one-pager, I want it written with exact words, phrases, which give you the key takeaways and which give you the data with sources. References, please learn how to do references. It's a very underrated skill, and there are many softwares available which will tell you the different styles of references. Second, stop copy pasting. You cannot plagiarize. Just stop doing it. Everyone is doing it. And it's not okay. Because basically, when you're plagiarizing, it means you're not thinking. And also, it means you don't care about the work that you're doing. You just want to get it done. We don't want people in the industry who just want to get the job done and go back home. Like Sir said, the AI will help you. But if you don't go back and check what Jasper or OpenAI or ChatGPT or any of the other tools that we have started deploying to replace interns, we are doing it. I use Assembly for minutes all the time. I get Assembly to attend my Teams meetings or my Zoom meeting, prepare the minutes and give it to me. I don't need an intern for that anymore. Right? So at the same time, you can use Assembly and improve the output of Assembly, then you're adding value to my team, right? So please stop plagiarizing. Definitely use AI to help you, but you have to double check everything that AI is giving you. It's not enough to just give me a ChatGPT output. No, it's not going to work. Number 4, critical thinking skills. Why are you all not questioning when a paper is put in front of you? When a newspaper article is put in front of you, when when a presentation is being made in your class, nobody's asking questions. You're not double checking what that person is saying. You're just saying, oh, I heard this very famous creative influencer who knows everything about fintech or public policy. Have you wanted to check whether that LinkedIn influencer actually has worked in public policy or fintech or even health? I'm seeing doctors without years of experience, 2 or 3 years of experience, become native influencers on which medicines people should be taking. This double checking of the facts and critical thinking needs to come into your work, because otherwise you're not going to be able to sift out fact from fiction. You'll fall. You'll be the first one to fall for a scam, or you'll be the first one to fall for a for a scam artist. That's not okay in my team. I don't want that person in my team. And fifth, you need to be an entrepreneur, whether you're working inside an organization, be an entrepreneur, or outside an organization. You will continue to keep your job only if you keep generating business for your boss, or for your client, or for anyone. That business can be of any kind. Doesn't matter, but you have to keep on generating something new every day. You need to come up with something new. Otherwise, like Sir said, it's too fast-paced. You can't survive. You will then just keep on, staying in your job for 10 years doing the same thing, and you'll see your peers are going ahead of you. And that's also fine. If you want to do a slow-paced job, that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There are a lot of people who are coming in and looking for work-life balance, and I believe that as the industry, we need to create flexible jobs for them. If you want to work only 20 hours a week, that's okay. That's fine. But then please don't expect to be paid, something with someone who's working 40 hours or 50 hours or 80 hours, is doing. So you can have the flexibility and you can have the choice and you can exercise it, because the corporate sector and even startup founders like us are understanding that we want some talented people. Even if we get them for 20 hours, we pay accordingly. And that's okay. Ask for it. Ask for what is owed to you, but don't ask for what is not owed and think that it's okay to just ask that. So yes, all insights, sorry for the frustrated response. But this is all based on data and evidence of what I have observed and tracked in my own, interns, no names, but just, this is what I really request all of you to work on as a group.
Saurabh, what would your views be? There are a lot of students here who have analytics as one of their disciplines. So,
So how many people, well, I'll answer the question very quickly. So the way I look at it is, AI is definitely coming into everything today. Okay? So what I feel is, and I have been a person who built a lot of AI and analytics stuff. So there'll be two sets of people who will be coming in. Okay, there'll be producers and there'll be consumers. So what I mean to say, there was a very famous analogy given by a startup founder, a VC, that it's like a refrigerator. Okay, there'll be people who will be building refrigerators, and there'll be people who will be building Coca-Cola beverages and all. And honestly, the beverage industry really and the cold storage and all really flourished, and there was business by the refrigerator business also. So you have to figure out which area you want to be. Definitely, you have to be the consumer of it. Okay, my 10-year-old kid is also a consumer of AI today. So definitely be a strong consumer, but really don't go see. And I get a lot of people who ask me for mentorship and they say, sir, I need to learn Python, but I'm not able to use Python in my marketing analytics. I scratch my head and I know I'm not here, but I don't know कि मतलब Python का marketing से क्या लेना देना है मतलब. So one of the things is, what I feel is, use AI as a superpower, okay, and really, like they said, your job will be taken by another person who will be AI enabled.
Yeah.
Earlier, there used to be job postings which used to say in our times, people who know Excel, PowerPoint and all, and then now that line will be replaced by that you need to be default good at it. We don't know how you can do it, but your work will tell you. Make sure plagiarism does not happen and you fact check, because there's a lot of AI hallucination also happens.
Exactly.
So that's one point I would say. And second thing which I've observed, I get a lot of people who ask me for marketing advice. He says, what course do I do to do digital marketing? And trust me, don't do from any of the colleges and institutes, okay? Because none of them know what is digital marketing and what is happening tomorrow. Okay, because, and I'll tell you one college I'm going and teaching a digital marketing course, and the professor head from there does not have Instagram, Facebook, or any of those things on his phone. So they'll be definitely teaching you classical marketing concepts of branding and all, but today nothing is applicable here. Can they create a growth funnel? Can they scale up a thing? Can they run Facebook ads? Yes, they can tell you a lot of things. Do they know how does influencer marketing say ROI can be generated? So for you, the real university is not with the certificate, which you can put it on LinkedIn. It will be coming out from learning from all the free courses available out there. I am doing a mid-journey course to learn image making, and it will help me somewhere this week. There's a lot of free courses available. 3 Idiots was the right example. He used to say, Gyan har taraf dikh raha hai. He used to go and sit in every class. Now the class is in your phone. You can go and watch porn, you can go and watch reels, you can go and watch stuff. So, but yeah, learning and curiosity will be the most fundamental skill. The other challenge I've seen with a lot of people, and definitely when you do expensive courses, you carry a big loan and you have a big interest to pay. Definitely money is the biggest criteria. If you ask which is a better college, the biggest KPI is idhar ka placements ka value average is higher than this one. But please understand, there is a difference between wealth and income. Okay, and just for everyone, wealth is what you accumulate and income is what you get a salary every day. There is a very good book by Naval Ravikant. I don't know the book name, but Naval Ravikant ka quotes aap padho. It will tell you what is the difference, and then you will realize that if you just run after salary, you might not make wealth. You might get fancy shoes, all the things. But if you want to really unlock value, you have to really think about contributing, learning, building something from ground zero. And with the amount of no code AI tools available, you could do sitting in a dungeon and just with a good PC and a good internet connection.
You need a Wi-Fi in IIFT. It will not work like this. We have seen it's not working well. But yeah, that's my 2 cents. Be a builder by yourself, learn the tools every day, and your learning avenues will change. Okay, learning is happening across, but learn from the right people also. That's one key thing.
Actually, Sahil, sorry, I'm jumping in, but I think it's not only the students. There is a need for universities across India to also come and work with industry much more. And it's not the students' fault always. When I recruit interns, that's typically their first or second internship. And they have not worked on Word, Excel, or PowerPoint. I mean, how can you be doing in IIMs, I'm sure it's not like that, but in DU and a lot of these colleges, they are not exposed to even basic Microsoft Office. How can you come to a workplace without knowing how to write a Microsoft Word?
Yeah. Yeah, fair. Just go for it.
So what I personally believe is personally believe is every business is vision driven, mission driven, right? Every cause is mission driven, vision driven, and AI cannot do this. There is human being. So my 1 cent is develop relation.
Yeah.
Develop working relationship. Because I feel I'm going to use the word kids, but I fall in the same category, the same age bracket. Today we look at relationships in a very transactional, right? But I personally believe if you develop working relationships, a lot of opportunities open.
Yeah.
A lot of. That's my answer.
How I came to this, this is a very interesting conversation. Me and my friend were sitting in Starbucks and he jumped into our conversation and it was about Mufin Finance. We were talking about something and then he later on searched me on LinkedIn and we got connected and he said, you are also from IIFT, why don't you come and attend? So networking is a very underrated skill.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
And it's not taught anywhere. It's taught on some good YouTube classes, but it's done by doing. So networking, most of the people say कि मैं network करूँगा for a good job or a good internship or this thing. So to extract value, actually, it's all about extracting value what people say. But if you do contribution, if you try to help people, you will learn a lot and you will. Good karma will come back. Don't do by saying कि अच्छा मैं ma'am को help करूँगा, she will help me place a good job somewhere. But just go for the learning. People who might pay you well might get into a golden handcuff.
Yeah.
So, sir, you said one very important point. But let's look at the reason why young generation is really struggling. And the answer is in technology, actually. The worst thing and the best thing happening to you is technology.
Yeah,
absolutely. Okay? Why relationship is not there? When we were kid, when I was doing education, not kid, but I was doing education, and when I was kid, the only way was to interact with my friends, go around. Okay, what is now? It's all technology. You may be having thousands of connection of friends. Say, for example, I'm part of it actually. On my LinkedIn, I have around 30,000. I can't add anybody. Okay, I just can't add anybody. So it's bad, but I don't know those 30,000. Definitely no. Maybe 100 I'm very close. 200 I may recognize. Beyond that, I don't know. Okay, so technology. The second big problem is happening. How many of you, I don't know, can study with full concentration at least 3 hours at a stretch?
No, not possible.
If not, there is a problem. Technology is real, you said. Real is you go to next. Okay, your attention is so low. I study with my daughter. She doesn't study here, so and I keep on traveling, so it becomes very difficult to monitor. I call her golden fish attention. Goldfish. In 3 seconds, she will go somewhere else. Okay. The third problem, the instant gratification. There's nothing instant. There's no noodle in actual life. Okay. So work on these things. Okay, you need to have concentration, especially people like us. At our time, we used to sit and think that I'm giving exam, writing exam. So if I'm writing exam for 3 hours, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours, what is my peak productivity? It should not fall. So I have to study more than that. Okay. I doubt you are practicing those skills. Those will really help.
Deep learning. Deep learning.
Thanks.
Fair, I mean, lot of suggestions coming in your way. Guys, the spotlight now being from on us, now comes to you guys. Any question you have for any one of us, just shoot it. We'll be happy to answer and take those. Yeah. Would it be possible to give him a mic?
In the recently concluded G20 summit, India was successful in getting a consensus on the India, Middle East and European corridor. That is going to be implemented. So what is the impact of that and what new opportunities will that create in terms of trade, in terms of relationships on a corporate level or national level regarding that?
Anyone in specific that you want to target that question at?
Thank you so much for the question. And I think it's a little bit tricky given the geopolitical situation that we find ourselves in the weeks that have followed the G20 declaration. So I'll start off the answer with looking at the RCEP and there are other corridors which are being developed around South Asia. One very important corridor being developed around South Asia is an EC corridor, which is the East Coast Economic Corridor. So that is essentially going to start from Vizag in Chennai area and connect till Calcutta. Right, so because that has been a very successful corridor and that corridor is being developed, Vizag Chennai Industrial Corridor has also been very successful. That's why this entire corridor concept came about. That okay, on the eastern side we had some success. The ACT policy has also had some success. China is of course thinking about the entire RCEP methodology and looking at connecting a lot of different markets. Europe and China connectivity is also on the cards. So then how do we improve our connectivity, right? And Middle East is definitely one of the most important markets that India can have access to. But with the conflict that is currently ongoing, we are seeing developments on a daily basis, right? There is very Palestine conflict. So I do think that the preparation for the IMC, the India Middle East Economic Corridor, will be delayed, maybe by a year, a conservative estimate. But even then, having said that, in the long run, it's still a very important concept because India's western ports, right, Mundra, Kandla, JNPT, these are the 3 busiest ports that India has. Now, the IMC will help us access all of the Middle Eastern markets, and India is also funding the construction of the Chabahar port. So when you connect the Mundra Kandla port through a seamless corridor, at least with rail connectivity, it can be even more seamless. And if rail connectivity is included in the corridor concept, then we will be seeing more and more logistics movement in this entire area. It will be hugely beneficial even for countries like Afghanistan and Iraq and Pakistan, who are actually excluded very much from global supply chains at the moment. The most important commodity in this corridor is going to be petroleum products, obviously. But having said that, we can still see trade in other commodities as well. But we need to study it more and see what are the major, high value goods that we can trade. There are some low value goods, of course, like consumer products and even dry fruits, nuts, things like that, which are like very highly in demand and they don't require much value addition from those markets. But you can still bring in, a lot more sort of tech. The other thing which I would really commend the government of India on is a forward-looking approach. Because many of the Middle Eastern countries are the biggest investors in renewable energy. And also Israel is one of the biggest investors in desalination. So if we think about technology transfer and import of renewable energy, import of if you connect it with a common grid or a corridor, you can actually bring even energy security and water security to the country. And I think the IIFT definitely might work on that.
Guys, any more questions that you have?
From this discussion, we gathered that for international trade to prosper, we need transparency in supply chain. Right? What my limited understanding of this areas is that a lot of commodity traders are working, earning money because of the opaqueness in the system.
Yes.
And hence the conflict of interest within the supply chain. And to solve that, in I think late 80s or 90s, the commodity exchanges around the world were made so that they could get a fair price.
Yeah.
But then again, as I think one of you in the panel mentioned, the software and the physical delivery of is on a different axis altogether.
Yeah.
So today also we see that all these commodity traders, all these billionaires, they corner markets for certain commodities.
Yeah.
And then they can actually, they operate as operators within the commodity exchange.
Yeah.
So how do you think we can usher in more transparency when there are such, huge conflicts? And a lot of these people I personally follow sit on boards of IMF, World Bank and ABD, all of these great institutions who promise to bring in transparency. There's huge conflict.
No, I think, so from my experience, I've not seen that much of a conflict of interest within the World Bank and ABD. IMF I have not worked with, so I'm not aware. But, I have a very interesting example to actually answer your question. So I don't know if any of you have been to the India-Bangladesh border. Is there anyone here from West Bengal? Okay, so maybe you guys are a little more aware of, of the India-Bangladesh border, but it's still 3 hours from Calcutta, by driving. And it's a fantastic road. I mean, it's a brilliant road and there's another 8-lane highway which is being built over there. Now, for 40 years in that area, there was a parking mafia that was operating. It was called a Kali Tala parking lot. It was so famous that everyone, all the traders who are working on India-Bangladesh trade, nearly 70% of merchandise trade used to happen from that one border post. And trucks used to be parked in Kalitala for 40 days. And for each day to get close to the border crossing, you would have to pay, some amount. Then the government of West Bengal and the Land Force Authority of India came together to come up with a digital solution called e-Suvidha portal, which meant that you need to go on e-Suvidha, you need to book your slot. It's just like Book My Show. They usually, when they were explaining it to us also, they were like, ma'am, they don't know, you've been for a movie in India, no? I was like, of course, Rocky Rani is the movie. So, you go on Book My Show, you book a ticket, right? Same way, you book a ticket and you get a slot for your truck. And because of that, Kalitala has been moved out. Like the people over there, they don't have business anymore because everyone is booking online. They know when a truck parking is available. They time their movement. Now they can time their movement. And also the customs and land courts. These authorities coming and saying, okay, I will honor the land, the cease over the pass. I will make sure I'm going by the order that is given on the online system. That is what changed the governance in 2 weeks. And now your truck is processed in 30 seconds versus 40 days. Just because everyone decided that we are going to come together and do this, and we are going to bring in technology to solve it. So I feel your point completely, but there are these, vested interests which are operating and, artificial inflation of commodity prices are a huge challenge. But I think with technology, it has been shown that it can be solved, but also with political will. That's the main underlying fact.
I would like to add, so all those points you said is right. But if you look at globally, the commodity, it's big powers who are behind each commodity. Look at petroleum, who are behind.
Yeah.
Okay, look at copper.
Yeah.
Look at all those minerals which are going to be used in EV and
Yeah.
those. I mean, big powers are there. Who is controlling capturing the supply chain in Congo and other parts of lithium, for example? Study that. It's big players like China, okay, with all its might. And then on the other side, US with all its allies are trying to do something else. Okay, so it's big powers with very, vested interest, Anybody who's controlling lithium, for example, will control EVs.
Yeah.
So Tesla and competitor Chinese will be able to make it at 40% lower price, equal EV, because EV is what? EV is. So any traditional car, petrol car has thousands of parts. Okay, it's its own nuances. In EV, it's battery, one piston, which rotates, that's it. That's it. It's all then software.
Yeah.
Make the car intelligent. So if you have battery, if you control the supply chain of battery, the commodity, you are done. Rest of the thing you can build on. So that's another aspect, you need to look at more holistically.
Correct.
Guys, next question is what we are looking for. Yeah, something.
Good evening, everyone. I am Yogesh from the BL of 25. So, my question is like, I read an article yesterday on Business Diary. So, it says that in the advent of third gen AI and fourth gen AI, industries are using like AI bots as a proxy attendees for meetings, like which are majorly traditional meetings. So, are we heading towards stage of robots in use?
Are we approaching an age of robots?
Robots use.
Robots.
Again, look at the trend internationally, okay? There is very definite initiative taken by the leaders, the business leaders, the tech leaders, that no corporation should be allowed to position a robo or bot, whatever, as human. Okay, it's a disclosure. If I'm talking on the other side, I need to disclose who I am. I'm Tabrez Ahmed. I am blah blah blah, so that anybody can identify. So,
I think all of the mics have gone off or something.
So, yeah. So, of course, AI is one technology who can make decision. Okay, that's true. Atom bomb doesn't make this decision. Aircraft doesn't make decision to fly or not fly. Okay, somebody else. But AI is making a decision. That's true till here. But there are then new regulation coming. Okay. And look at previous, go back in the history. Okay. Biotechnology, for example, the genome, the sequencing, okay, the way we have been creating lambs and animals, and there are huge regulation how to do the genome research, how to deploy it. Similarly, it will happen here. Same happened with nuclear power. When fission and fusion technology came up, it's happening here also. So look at the latest trend where people are talking about that how it should be regulated, how it should help, how it should create wealth also, because it has tremendous power to create wealth. Okay, but how to regulate the output also, there is a discussion. So I don't think.
So I think the one thing which is happening also, like there was a problem of bots in Twitter and Instagram. So for them to show that they have the right MAUs and DAUs flowing, people who are doing live webinars and all, they commit to the sponsors that we will have 500 people, 400 people coming. So how do they show it? So they use this AI and they use the bots to pick up the numbers and then they show. In fact, there was this company who does a lot of edtech work. They sell these 500 rupees, 2000 rupees courses. And he saw a friend's name in the chat. And it was a unique name, like, for example, the place's name. If I find it somewhere, I know there will be like 50 Amit Guptas or thousands of Amit Guptas, but very few. So he saw the name and then he pinged him that, Acha, you are also attending the same course. They said, no, I'm not attending. I attended it 4 weeks ago. So what they did, they use it like a simulation to project it. So, but that will happen. Bots will come in, they will be clean. Today, 60% of traffic on internet is bots because they are scanning things and then they are indexing. So there will be a chicken and egg game which will keep on going. But as he's mentioned,
But robotics use, is that a possibility?
see, robotic assistant would be there to make you efficient. Like she mentioned, there was a person who used to help take minutes. Now you just put in some of the AI tools and then it makes the minutes very easy. And Google will come out with something very quickly and then it will make you efficient. So it will be like a co-pilot, like everyone is doing, and it will make you much more efficient. You will not need people just for the sake of people. So
it's the same as Google, right? Like when Google came, our parents used to say, "मैं तो library जाके, I used to go and I used to pull out all the books and I used to look at encyclopedia and then what are you people? तो Google कर लेते हो." That is what we will say to the next gen, right? हमारे time में Google होता था, we used to Google everything. तुम लोग तो पूरा written output निकाल लेते हो, फिर उसको check भी नहीं करते कि reference कहाँ से किया हुआ है. So, that is essentially how I look at it, but I don't think it's moved beyond that. And also, I find AI outputs pretty stupid. Like, it sounds like I'm talking to a stupid person. I would like to see more nuance in the argument, and I hope that over time, AI becomes genuinely more intelligent.
Look at one more trend, you guys, okay? The AI tools around the world, ChatGPT-4, for example, something like that, they are running short of data already.
Yeah.
Okay, have you watched that trend? So whatever quantum of data we are generating every day, and I'm talking about all kind of data, text, video, structured, unstructured, you name it. AI tools are running out, running short of now data. Okay, so I mean, you need to watch the trend. That's what I'm saying. I don't know which way it will go. Okay, I can't foresee future that much, but just watch the trend. What's happening globally at the cutting edge? What's the discussion happening?
Should we move to the next question? Yeah.
Excuse me, so
yeah,
the last please. I would like to extend an appeal to all our esteemed panelists to get insightful perspectives on a variety of topics. Your contribution to the discussion is good and valuable, and they help to make the summit more productive and engaging. To begin with, I would like to thank all this for presenting your views on your challenges, how to create events, and your guidance on how inclusion and innovation is invaluable for our students. Salima, for providing deep insights on talents, created by failure and how gender has to it. Your views on religious divided and your guidance for us for improving writing skills and criticism. Sir, for providing a holistic view on self-resilience and Atmanirbhar model, and how RBI is tackling the important inequality, keeping a learning curve open. Saurabh sir, for showing us how we are important as producers or consumers and how using AI can continue and how we should continue learning as it is available everywhere now. last but not the least, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to IIFT for successfully coordinating the event and making it easy. On behalf of the entire team of Socrates, I would like to thank you all in such a amazing crowd and attending the National Leadership Summit. I hope you found the summit to be informative and exciting.
We have one more moment of significance to share before we will adieu. We have the distinct pleasure of unveiling the annual magazine of Socrates for the year 2023, Strategies, a creation of the Strategy and Consulting Club of IIFT. Could I please request all the Socrates members to please come on the stage?
Is there a photo? Yes.
In closing, we cannot emphasize or express enough of our sincere appreciation to our esteemed panel. Your wealth of knowledge and experiences have illuminated our discussion today. May we kindly request each of you to accept a small token of our gratitude.
Great. Good time. We would also like to ask the person involved from State Global on yes.
Yeah, he's your funder.
All the things must come to an end. Our heartfelt thanks goes out to each and every one of our esteemed panelists and our moderators for dedicating their time to share their insights and wisdom. And to the wonderful audience, thank you for being such a remarkable and engaged part of this event. Thank you very much.